What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth. And we're back for some more acciones. Today is the first day of the year, the day that KFC will save us from Donald Trump. It's true. Maybe it's not true, but, fingers crossed, I guess. Keep eating that chicken, buddy. Keep eating that chicken. Go for the morrow. Go for the morrow. Not tomorrow, but today. All right. I may end up having to restart. 0. It ain't getting pushed out to fucking nobody. All right. Let's see here. What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome back. We're just getting started. Dark Funk. Love it. Oh, shit. Jeffrey Epstein just joined, y'all. Anyway, welcome in, guys. We're just getting started, so if you will, if you want to support the show, please start tapping. Tapping is clapping, as they say. Let me come in and start sharing my shit out real quick so we can get some more people in here. Today is the first show of 2026. For better or worse, we are live. Boom. All right. I just shared it to my two groups. Original Corey says, with the upcoming tensions, countries got to remember, don't keep Americans as POWs, just off it legal. Okay. Not sure. You mean just off them? Is that what you mean? Off the Americans that are taken hostage? Okay. That's kind of crazy. That's not very original, Corey. Corey, that's not very original. We already got two people. Dark Funk. Oh, God. I don't know. Sounds like a troll to me. Let's see here.
Well, this is Dirk here.
Oh, what's up, man?
I really appreciate you bringing me up. This is truly fantastic. I appreciate this.
So
Happy
where's
2026 to
Diggler?
you.
Where's Diggler?
Well, this is Dirk Funk here.
Is that Diggler's cousin?
Well, like I said, this is Dirk, and it's an absolute honor to be up here. I really appreciate this. This is great.
Well, thanks for coming. What do you think? Do you think 2026 is the year of surveillance?
Well, I think 2026 is the year of world peace under Donald John Trump. His leadership in the United States of America and across the world is going to be looked upon as the greatest period in history.
Yeah? How so?
Well, I mean, I think we have a sort of divine entity right now in the White House. I think Donald Trump was saved by God on July 13th, 2024, when the liberals tried to take him out.
You mean the conservative?
Well, I mean, the deranged libtard that tried to
the
shoot
guy that
at
was,
our president and end his historic campaign.
The guy that was conservative?
Well, you could cope and pretend that he was a conservative. That's totally
You
fine.
could cope and pretend that he's a liberal, but the
real world
don't match up to that.
Not a conservative.
His own classmates.
That he's not a conservative.
His own
he
classmates.
Shot at the greatest conservative president that we've ever had.
Well, Donald Trump isn't a conservative by any stretch of the imagination. Did you know that he's about to do? Did you know that he's about to do?
You can't really tell me.
Did you know? Did you know that Donald Trump
is
about to do?
What would you know about conservatism?
Did you know that Donald Trump is about to do universal health care? Is that conservative?
Well, I'm actually not totally against universal health care, even though what you said is not true.
No, it is.
Even though what you said is not true.
It is.
Universal health care is the same thing as a healthcare savings account to you?
So him giving everybody money, taxpayer money, even if they didn't pay for it, right? Yeah. Even if they aren't putting that money in, and them getting money for health care, no, not in that way, no.
No, not
but is that not the same thing as universal health care? How is it not the same thing as universal health care? If you're giving people money
aren't you for
health care,
just to be clear?
Yes.
Okay, and you're against this?
No.
Oh, you
No,
just
I'm
said you were
pointing
against
out the
this.
hypocrisy. You claimed that Donald Trump was. Hold on. You
Wait, hold on.
claimed.
You just said
No,
you
no,
were
no.
against
You claimed
this
that Donald
implementation.
Trump was a conservative, and I pointed out that this conservative all of a sudden is
Of
going
course he's
to
a
be pushing
conservative.
for universal
What would a
health care.
libtard know about conservatism? What would a libtard like
I don't know what a
yourself know about
libtard is.
conservatism?
I don't know what a libtard is.
You.
Can you
Look in the
define
mirror.
a libtard?
Yeah, someone with Trump derangement syndrome who has no actual values and wants
me
to
who
import the
voted
third
for
world
Donald
into
Trump?
our country
Wait,
and fund their fraud and
you
make
do
it so
know
transgender for everybody and
you
men and
do
women
know
sports.
you do know
And you
that
want
I've.
us to get ripped off in trade, and
Let me know
you
when you're
don't want
done.
to have economic success in this
Let
country.
me know when you're done.
Well, you asked a question and I'm answering it.
Well, no. No,
Well,
no,
yeah,
you
yeah,
just
yeah.
keep
You did
rattling
ask- you
on.
did
No,
ask
you
a
just
question.
keep interrupting and talking over me. That's fine.
Well, you asked me a question and then you
No,
interrupted my answer.
I pointed out the hypocrisy because you claim
Well,
that
how is
Donald
it
Trump.
hypocrisy?
And see, there you go. I pointed out
You're-
the hypocrisy
you don't know
where
what a conservative is.
you claimed that Donald Trump was a
What is a
conservative,
conservative?
and all of a
What are we
sudden Donald
conserving?
Trump is doing things that are not conservative.
What are we conserving?
Like
Do you
paying
even know?
money to people who didn't pay for it. Pull yourself
what
up
are
by
we
your
conserving?
bootstraps,
Do you know?
unless it's for health care. And now he wants to take your money and give it to somebody else who didn't earn it for health care, which is something that conservatives my entire life
Wouldn't you
have
be
been
for that? What are
arguing
you complaining
against.
about?
Not in that way. I'm for
Not in that
universal
way.
health
You just
care,
said you weren't
but not
against it
that
before.
way.
Now you're flip-flopping again?
No, I'm for universal
you're
health
not.
care, but not by
You are for
giving cash
universal- so
payments
is this
to
not
people
universal health care? I thought you
for
said it was.
health care.
So this is not universal health care. You said it
No,
was.
no, it is
Okay.
a version
because
of it.
before you said it was, so you lied.
Yes, no,
Yes?
it's a
No?
version of it's a version of universal
You're
health care.
struggling here, man.
It's
So,
a
okay, let's
version
be
of
clear.
universal
Is this
health care.
universal health care, yes or no?
Say that again.
Is this universal health care like you claimed earlier, yes or no?
It is a version of it. Yes,
Oh, it is a version of it. Are you
that's
for
what I just
universal
said.
health
But
care?
see, you won't stop talking long
Well,
enough.
you said no. it
You
wasn't
don't
before.
stop talking
After
long
you said
enough
yes, it was.
to hear because you're not listening. You're just
So
talking.
again, are you for universal health care?
Yes.
Yes, right?
I've already answered that question like 4 times. You
Well,
don't listen.
you
This is
did answer
MAGA's
that one.
problem.
So
See,
that means,
MAGA doesn't
therefore,
actually,
you're for
they don't
this plan
actually
that Donald
listen.
Trump has.
They're all about feelings. If you
You
notice, this guy
understand you would
is all about
necessarily have
feelings.
to be for this plan
He
that
claimed
Donald
that the
Trump
guy that
proposed.
pew-pewed at Donald Trump was a liberal, and that's not true.
Of
We know
course he
that
was.
factually that is incorrect. He
Factually
claims
incorrect.
that it's not
Just like
universal
Tyler
health care
Robinson was a
to
conservative,
give
right? Living
cash
with his
payments to
boyfriend, his furry
people
boyfriend.
for health care services. He claims that's not universal health care, even though it is a
So
version
again,
of it.
you must
This guy
necessarily be
won't
for
listen.
Donald
He
Trump's
just
healthcare
continues
proposal,
to talk because he knows that he's defending
man. So you're
indefensible
for Donald
positions.
Trump's healthcare proposal, right?
No.
You're refusing to answer questions.
I already
So do
said
you
that
see how
like
you're
3 times.
disingenuous?
Do you notice how
You
he
would necessarily
doesn't
have
listen?
to be for his healthcare proposal.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You would necessarily have to be for his healthcare proposal.
No.
Yes.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
You said it's universal healthcare, and you said you support
No,
universal
I said it's
healthcare,
a
so you would have
version
to be,
of it.
You would have to be for
And
it.
all of a sudden, you guys pretzel yourselves into being in favor of socialism
explain how you're not
while
for
you
it.
complain about socialism. That's
But you're being
socialism.
disingenuous. You said
Food
it is a
stamps,
universal
socialism.
healthcare system.
You think
You
food
said you're
stamps are
for
socialism?
universal healthcare,
You
but
think
you're against
universal
it.
health
What are
care?
you against it for?
You're against universal health care, but now you're for it.
Well, I'm personally for universal healthcare for
Well, that's great, but Donald, that
homeowning
isn't
white Americans.
that isn't a conservative value.
I don't care what you think conservative
Is it
values
a
are. You're not
conservative value?
You're not a conservative.
Look
What
at
do
the
I care what a
conservative
libtard thinks
platform.
conservative values are?
Go read the conservative
Is conservative
platform
values to you open
and tell me
borders?
if universal health care is
Do you think
part of it.
open borders is a conservative value?
Neither Democrats nor Republicans are in favor
Well,
of open
Democrats
borders.
do think that's some sort of
Neither
value.
party is for open borders.
Democrats
That's ridiculous. No,
Just
they
look
are
at
not.
the last 4 years.
I'm a Democrat, and I'm
I
telling
know
you right now
are.
that we
Yeah,
are
You're
not.
for open borders.
No, we are not.
You're for our country getting
Do you
invaded
notice how
by
this
third world
guy?
monkeys.
Do you notice how this guy, even though I answer his question,
Democrats are for
and
open
tell him what my
borders.
position is, he
You're telling
claims
us
that
what
I don't know what
conservatives
my
are. I'm
own
gonna tell you
position
what
is.
Democrats are then.
No,
You're
this
for open borders.
This is
You're
based
for
off the
transgender for
conservative
everybody.
platform.
You're
Barack
for us getting
Obama,
ripped off and
Barack
trade by every
Obama,
country around the
Barack
world.
Obama
You're
is the
for endless
deporter in
wars.
chief. Is the deporter in chief. Is he not? He deported more people than any other president, including Donald Trump.
So you
Didn't
think
he?
Donald Trump should deport more then?
No.
Good. No, I agree with you then. Let's have Donald
You
Trump
claimed
deport
that
more.
liberals are
Well, hold
for
on.
open borders, and I just
So you
listed
agree with
one of
me-
the
me and you are on the
Democratic
same page
presidents
then. We
who
want more
deported
deportations.
more
I agree
illegal
with you.
immigrants than Donald Trump, who you
Hold
claim
on.
is
You just
for
said you wanted more
closed
deportations.
borders.
I'm agreeing with you. We're on common ground there.
Good.
You and I both want more deportations. I agree.
No,
I think we need to
that's
ramp up the
no.
effort to catch up to Barack Obama. What do you mean
It's-
no? You
it's
just
not
said
a matter
Obama
of-
deported more,
You
right? You just
listen.
said Obama
You
deported more, and
claimed.
that's a value of yours.
Okay.
So I agree with you. Let's
Here's what we're
have
going to do.
Donald Trump
Here,
ramp
Dirk.
up the deportations. I agree.
Here, I'm going to go ahead and mute you now. I tried to be nice and not mute you, but again, you just keep talking. You don't
Well,
ever
you're not
shut up. Just
You're not
calm down. Calm down. I know this is really going to trigger you. Just calm
Well,
down
that's
for a
a simple
second. Just listen.
Go
So listen, sometimes you just have to listen, okay? Instead of talking. I know you like to talk. This isn't your show, it's my show. And right now you're going to
ahead.
listen. You're going to put your listening caps on. You said the Democrats are for open borders, which is
You are.
why I pointed out that Barack Obama was the deporter in chief, thus disproving the claim that you made that Democrats are for open borders. No
ramp up.
Democratic
Wrap it up.
president has been in favor of open borders. What we're in favor of is enforcing the current law and allowing people to migrate here legally, making that pathway to citizenship and or permanent residence much easier. You see, there's the difference. And we don't have to be mean to people while we do it. Okay, go ahead. Now it's your turn.
Well, like I said, you're for open borders. You want to import the third world into our country. You want to disperse actual Americans in the workforce. You want to ruin the culture that Americans have built up over 250
Let me ask you a
years.
question. Let me ask you a question. What is American culture?
Well, American culture is one that values honesty and merit and hard work and patriotism. You're importing Somalians that value fraud and stealing and killing and being isolationists amongst the rest of society
is that-
and
is
not
that true?
integrating and not speaking English.
Do you want to
These
double
are people
down
that
on
you
that?
want to import.
You
Me
want to
and
double
Donald Trump
you
think
want me
otherwise.
to you want to double
Me,
down on
80
that?
million voters, and Donald Trump think otherwise.
So let me ask you this then. You, based on what you just said, Donald Trump is not part of the American culture because he doesn't value law. He doesn't value honesty. He doesn't
he doesn't.
value integrity. No, he pardoned. Let's just go
You
through
guys
this
hate
list,
him
shall
because
we?
he's honest.
No.
You guys
You
banned
made
him
a
from,
claim. Dirk,
Twitter because he was too honest.
Dirk. No, now see, I disagreed with that
The
too.
guy became a
I
billionaire.
disagreed
out of
with
hard
that. But okay, I'm going to mute you now because it's
And
my turn to talk. I let you spew your crap for a moment, and now it's my turn to talk. So let's go through this list of people that Donald Trump pardoned, shall we? Since you're so worried about, you think American culture is all about honesty and not stealing and not importing people who are committing fraud, etc. First of all, the Somalian group of people, guess who started that whole thing? She ran the company that committed all of that fraud. Her name is Amy Bach. She's a white lady and she's an American. For some reason, nobody ever talks about her, but it's a fact. You can go look it up. Amy Bach, she was also found guilty along with the other people. See, what she did was she knew that, liberals didn't want to be perceived as racist. She went around purposely to these Somali restaurants to get them on board with this in order to make a bunch of money. And I don't even think they did it initially as fraud, but that's what happened. And let's go through Judith Negron, for example. This is somebody that Donald Trump pardoned, right? Medicare fraud, millions,
Hunter Biden is
$205
somebody that
million.
Joe Biden
Hold on. Well, I'm not done yet, Dirk. I'm not done yet. Just be patient because we're going to get through this. These are just some of the people that Donald Trump pardoned, even recently. $205 million in Medicare fraud. Solomon Melgen, more Medicare fraud. Rick Scott, over $1 billion, I believe, in Medicare fraud. Paul Walzak. And now Rick Scott didn't have to be pardoned for the record. He just is around the circles of Donald Trump. So when you talk about American culture being about honesty and not
Hunter
stealing,
Biden.
I have to question
Oh, wait, that was
Donald
Joe Biden.
Trump's,
Whoops.
version of American culture, because he engages in fraud all the time and he pardons people who defraud the United
Well,
States
if you don't like the
taxpayer
pardoning
of
power
billions
of
of
the president,
dollars.
take that up with your Congress.
And then when they're made to do restitution for their crimes, when Donald Trump goes in there and pardons them, he says no more fines shall be issued inside the pardon. Like, I have one of the pardons
well, again,
I can
if you
show
don't
you.
like the president's
So they
pardoning
don't even
power,
have to
take
pay
that
it
up
back.
with your congressman or your governor, and
So
maybe we could get an
American
amendment.
culture also. So
But
look,
right now
you've
you're
got.
just crying and coping and
I'm
seething.
so smiling is crying to you. Is
Well,
this,
you're coping
is this
and crying,
MAGAverse
yes.
that we're witnessing right here? The
Donald Trump,
MAGAverse.
Orange Man bad, pardon people I don't like. Orange
You know
Man
what's
bad.
funny? You know what's
Orange
funny?
Man bad.
Do you know what's funny, Dirk? Is that
This
I
is your
actually
brain on lip.
Okay, Dirk. Shh.
This
I'm
is
gonna
your
mute you. Listen, I'm gonna mute you again. What's funny is that you came
Because
up on
that's
the panel of a liberal that
that's all-
actually voted
that's
for
all you
Donald Trump in 2016. So you're saying Orange Man bad to a guy who did vote for Donald Trump once.
You never voted for Donald
Yes, I
Trump.
did.
Well, you could pretend
Yes,
you
I
did.
no, I absolutely
you
did.
could pretend that you did.
I
That's not gonna
absolutely
convince
did.
anyone.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
you
I wasn't
absolutely
going to vote
didn't.
for
I can
Hillary
guarantee
Clinton
that. You
because
could
she
lie
is
to
a
your
criminal.
little group here, but
She
you're
is
not
a
gonna
criminal.
convince me.
Wait, my group of liberals? So two liberals,
Yeah,
I tell
your group of
liberals
Trump
that I vote for
derangement
Donald
syndrome
Trump.
libtards.
You think that curries favor with liberals that I voted for Donald Trump?
Well, yeah, liberals like
This
to pretend
man
that
doesn't
people are
think
upset
very
with their
well,
Donald
guys.
Trump vote.
Look at the
Liberals
leaps in
fantasize about
logic that
people
this guy
regretting their
has to
vote.
make. It's like,
But
you're
yeah,
just
you're
doing
kind of
this
embodying
for
that,
your liberal
fantasy.
viewers. You're just doing this for your liberal viewers.
Well, dude,
telling
you're not
them
gonna
that you
convince
voted
me.
for
I
Donald
see
Trump.
past your little gimmick. I see.
I mean, I
see
can
past
prove it.
Yeah, you can't prove
I
it.
can prove it. Yes, I can.
Well, you could pretend and lie and act as if you regret
Do you want me to
your
prove
vote.
it and make you look stupid?
Go ahead, prove it. Go ahead.
Okay, give me a second. I'll prove it.
Go ahead. What are you going to pull up a picture of you in a MAGA hat that you took 2 weeks ago? Good one.
Just wait.
Go ahead.
Just wait. Well, go ahead and talk. We don't want dead air. You're at least
Yeah,
entertaining.
sure. I mean, you're embodying the liberal fantasy that people regret their Donald Trump vote. Unfortunately for you, Donald Trump is doing every single thing that he said he would do on the campaign trail and more. He has the most secure border in the history of our country. He got rid of DEI, making it so blacks and women don't get promoted in our government just because they're black or a woman. He implemented the greatest economic tool in the history of our country, known as tariffs, making it so we don't have billions and billions of dollars of trade deficits all across the globe, bringing in $18 trillion into our country in 2025 alone, making it so we have the largest tax cuts in the history of our country, no tax on tips, no tax on
Wait, no
Social
tax
Security,
on tips?
no tax.
Did you just say no tax on tips? You realize
Yeah.
that's a lie, don't you?
You think that's a lie? Go to the big beautiful
no,
bill
it
right
is a
now.
lie.
Let's look it up.
You do realize they still
Go to
tax
the
tips?
big beautiful bill right now, and we'll look it up.
You realize that I read
Prove
it
your-
right here
prove
on
your
this
claim.
show. I
Prove
read
your
it
claim.
right here on this
Go
show.
ahead.
There is still
Pull it
tax
up.
on tips.
Go ahead, pull it up.
There's also still tax on overtime too. Did you know
Go
that?
ahead, pull it up.
Did you know?
Go ahead,
I don't
pull
have
it
to
up.
pull it up. I already know.
Support your
For a
claim.
fact.
Go ahead, pull it up.
It is a fact
Go
that
ahead,
you
pull it up.
still get taxed on
Declaring
tips.
it's a fact doesn't make it a fact.
Well, it being a fact makes it a fact. And I know for a fact that it's
Section
a fact.
70201 of the big beautiful bill, no tax on tips.
That is the title of it. Now read.
Oh, that's the title of it.
That's the title of
I
it.
thought that didn't exist.
Well, I didn't say
exist
anything about
according
the
to you.
title. I said there
Oh,
are still
okay.
tax on
So,
tips.
so it is in there. In the
I
big
said they
beautiful bill.
still tax your tips. I didn't say
Right.
there was no title that said tax on
They
no tax
still
on tips.
tax your tips
There is a
because there's a
title.
limit
That's
on
like
it.
the Patriot
Because
Act,
there's a
one of
limit
being
on
one
it.
of the
They
most
still tax it.
unpatriotic things in American history. They name things
Because
one
there's a
way and
limit on
lie
it.
to you.
Because
So,
there's a limit
let's-
on it.
let's
There's-
pull it up.
There's still
Let's pull it
tax
up.
on tips. Got it.
Let's pull it up. There is still tax on tips. See,
Right.
you
Because
are
there's a limit on it.
incapable
Nice.
of correct. Hey, you
Hypothetically,
already knew
imagine,
that
like,
it was
actually
still being
believing the words
taxed.
that are coming out of
No,
your
no.
mouth.
I want to point something out.
Can you
real
imagine
quick. I want to
believing the
point something
words that
out.
come out of your
Here,
mouth?
Dirk, I want to point something out. The fact that this man knew that there are still taxes on tips, and he sat there for a good 30, 45 seconds screaming that there are no tax on tips. How fucking weird do you have to be to, like, argue something you know isn't true?
How much Trump derangement syndrome do you have to think that's a bad thing?
Look at what you just did.
How much Trump derangement syndrome
How
do you
weird
have
is
to
that?
have to think that that's a bad thing?
How weird is it? How does
Is
it
that a
make you
good policy
feel?
or a bad policy?
No, let me ask you. How does it make you feel, Dirk, to
Is that a
know
good
that
policy?
you just sat there for nearly a full minute claiming that there was no tax on tips while you simultaneously knew that they were still taxing tips? There's something wrong
Is
with
that
your
a good
brain,
policy
sir.
or a bad policy?
Is what a good policy?
No tax on tips.
It shouldn't be taxed.
It
Tips
shouldn't be taxed, right?
at
So
all.
you're saying Donald Trump made the
At
best
all.
advancement in the history of our country to make sure it's not taxed?
No, that's not the best advancement in our country.
What other president passed
not
a bill
taxing
making it
tips,
so
according to Dirk,
tips
is the
aren't
best
taxed?
advancement of our country?
No. I said in regards to no tax on tips.
No. You said the best advancement of our country
No,
is no
I mean, you
tax
could
on
pretend I
tips.
said that.
No, that's what you
If
said.
you want to be willfully ignorant.
That's what you said, bro.
Okay, all right. So how about you actually answer the
The
question?
greatest invention that Donald Trump ever was no tax on tips. That was the greatest advancement,
you could pretend that's
the
what I
greatest
said if you
achievement.
want.
We went to the
If
moon.
you want to try and be funny,
we went to
if
the
you
moon,
wanna
but that doesn't
move
matter
your political
because
commentating career
it doesn't
over
matter
to
that we went to the
stand-up comedy,
moon.
if you want.
Okay, it doesn't matter that we went to the moon
Do you
because
like it or no? You think that's
we
a good
took
policy or a
away
bad policy?
some tax on tips.
You think
Not
that's a
all.
good policy or a bad policy? Or will your Trump derangement syndrome
I
preclude
already
you from saying
answered
it's
that.
good? So it's
I
good,
already
right? You'll give
answered
Donald
that.
Trump credit for that?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, of course.
Why
Now
wouldn't
let's
I?
move on to no tax on Social
No.
Security. Is that good or
Stop
bad?
saying that it's no tax on tips.
Let's move over to no tax on Social Security. Is that good or bad?
It's they should never have taxed Social
They should
Security.
never
That's
have taxed
ignorant.
that, right? So that's the greatest
stupid.
advancement
The
in
greatest
making it so you're not
advancement.
paying taxes on Social Security.
This guy
in
with the
history of our country.
greatest advancement. You sound like Donald
Moving
Trump's
on.
like
What about no
alter
tax on
ego,
overtime? Is
where
that
he
good or
like
bad?
boasts everything. I ended
Is that a
8
good thing or a
wars.
bad thing?
I
No
ended
tax on
8
overtime.
wars that weren't
Good thing or a
wars,
bad thing?
but I
Or
ended
will your
them.
Trump derangement
But a couple
syndrome
of them are
preclude you
still
from
going
saying
on. But
that's a
I
good
still
thing?
ended them. Give me the I'm the peace president.
Will
Give
your
me
Trump
the Nobel
derangement
Peace
syndrome
Prize.
preclude you from saying that's a good thing?
Do what now?
Well, I know you're just yapping and not listening. No tax on
Says the guy that
overtime.
won't shut
Is
up.
that a good thing or a bad thing?
No tax on overtime? Well, it'd be great if that was true.
Right. Okay. So let's see.
Is there tax on overtime?
No tax on overtime.
Is there tax on overtime? No. That's not the question.
Just because there's limits on something doesn't mean that there's no taxes on overtime.
Again, guys, Dirk just did it again.
Like,
he said there's no tax on overtime. Argued that, and said that I was wrong and that there is no tax on overtime. And then says that, well, there's some tax on overtime.
TDS. You have TDS, man. You
If
ever
that's
get
what
checked
you,
out by
if,
like a therapist
if that's
or a
what you,
psychiatrist?
if that's what you go with, I mean, it does,
You ever get
it
checked
makes
out
sense.
by a therapist or a psychiatrist?
Anyway,
TDS?
my personal life doesn't matter in this conversation. So,
so that's
is
a yes.
2026 the year of
That's a yes.
surveillance? Let me, you know what? I tell you what. Let me do this. Let me play a video. You'll
You
have
have
to
Trump
stop
derangement
talking.
syndrome, man.
Let me
It's
play a
sad.
video. You'll have to stop talking. I don't know if you can do that or not.
TDS to the max.
But you'll have to stop talking. Let me pull it up real quick.
You got TDS to the max, brother.
Okay. I understand that that's what you guys
It's off the chart.
stick to, but where the fuck?
Imagine
I know
being
I
so
downloaded
weak.
it. Hold on.
Can you imagine being this weak?
Shh. Do you ever shut up?
Let's import the third world. Let's bring in people
I don't think
who
this
defraud
guy-
our country.
I don't
Let's
think this
have
guy
complete open
actually
borders.
shuts
Let's
up.
allow men and women's sports. Let's criticize the president for preventing taxes on overtimes, tips, and Social Security.
Here, Dirk,
Let-
because I'm just hearing a bunch
Let's
of
conti-
this, a bunch of
let's continue-
nonsense, and I'm trying to
let's
find
continue-
this video.
Let's
Okay.
continue getting ripped off and trade across the world.
Okay, Dirk, you can request back up, but I'm looking for a video. I'd like to get your take on it, but I don't want to hear you just yapping in my ear for like 10 minutes when I'm asking you to shut the fuck up. But you're welcome back up. Where the fuck did I put it? Oh, well, I've got it here. I'll just pull it up on here. Okay, I want everybody to watch this fucking video. Because actually, this is the reason that...
That's here at Post 9.
This is the reason for the prompt, actually, this video. I haven't yet gotten to it. And now, Dirk, listen, I'll bring you up after I've played this video. I'm not going to do it before because I know that you have no self-control and you're incapable of... What the fuck is this? Oh, that's my TikTok. Yeah, so let's watch.
Founder and CEO of Cato Network, Shlomo Kramer, also one of the founders of Checkpoint, another big cyber company. Shlomo, it's great to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How is AI, cyber warfare, shaping geopolitics right now?
So AI is going to revolutionize cyber warfare, from critical infrastructure to the fabric of society and politics and undermining it, giving unfair advantage to authoritarian governments against democratic countries, First Amendment type of...
That's already happening?
That's already happening. You're seeing the polarization in countries that allow for the First Amendment and protect it, which is great. And I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government should control the social media.
Yeah, should do that. And we need to educate people against lies, and government need to develop cyber defense programs that are as sophisticated as the cyber attack. Today it's a 1 to 100 ratio. And really government are not doing this today at any rate, and enterprises are left fending from themselves.
Okay, so as you can see, now this guy, Shlomo, he came from the Israel's Unit 8200. If you don't know anything about them, they're basically like cybersecurity. They do all of the surveillance for Palestinians. They monitor everybody's phone calls. They monitor everybody's emails. They generally look for sexual orientation, anything that they can use in order to like blackmail them. This is Israel's Unit 8200 that does this. He came from there, and now he's running this business that essentially is like AI, to monitor this stuff. And so now we're starting to see this push from the very people that Donald Trump has cozied up to, in order to push this surveillance stuff. Now, Dirk, I see that you dropped off. I know that, you like to center yourself around everything and you just can't shut up. You're still welcome to come up here. You're at least entertaining. But with that, I'm going to bring in, if we have another conservative that would like to come up, I would love to have you. I'd actually like to have you over somebody, over a liberal at this point. So, Broadway... everybody in my request box are currently Democrats. So if there is a conservative that wants to come up and talk about this, I'd love to hear it, because we're facing some serious problems. See, Donald Trump isn't a conservative. He never was. The guy's an opportunist. He knew that the grift was going to be easier with Republicans. That's why when liberals claim that I'm grifting, I think that's funny, because if I was going to grift, it would be from MAGA, because they're just so damned easy. Hell, all you have to do is call a child the N-word and you become a millionaire overnight. It's kind of nuts. Dirk said TDS 50 times and thought it was something. That's funny, Wonder Dog. Well, let me just go ahead, and I haven't heard from this gentleman in a while. John Eastwood, welcome in. Lonnie, give me just a second. I'm going to shoot the shit with John real quick, and then I'll bring you in also in a bit. What's up, John? Good to hear from you. What are your thoughts of this? And is this in any way related to what you were talking about yesterday?
Yes, it is. And Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, mate.
Happy New Year. Hopefully KFC takes care of our problem. That's all I can say.
I
Did
don't
you see
rely on
that
them.
video?
No, I didn't. Oh, I saw your video about it, but I
Yeah,
didn't see the original video. But I'm not rely. I don't rely on KFC to take care of their chicken, mate. Let alone the
yeah.
problem. So,
I do
but
like KFC chicken though. I'm not gonna lie.
well,
Not gonna lie.
it's not as good as it used to be. Let's put it that
Yeah.
way. I don't mind it though. From time to time. Look, the reality is that we're having that experiment here in Australia, but it's a bit fraught, the problem, because we don't have a First Amendment like you have here over there. So our government has passed laws to stop children accessing social media before the age of 16.
Which is great. A little late to the party, but better late than never.
Well, it's the first time in the world it's been done, and of course there's all sorts of pushback, and there's the right wing, bot farms and all the rest of it, and the trolls and the goons that are very loud on social media. But generally speaking, Aussies are pretty level headed, and so they're a bit like, yeah, this is all shit. Do something about it. A bit like with the gun stuff, but coming back to the central point, yeah, I mean, the problem is right. That is he's saying you've got to curtail the First Amendment to solve it. That's a remedy which I'm not certain about. One, in its practicality. I mean, you can barely get amendments passed in any event, let alone trying to do something about the First Amendment. But the actual problem he's talking about, which is mass surveillance, is clear. I mean, let's face it, it's been going on for decades, and with credit checks and I mean, who
in
doesn't?
some form, but this form is going to be a lot more. It's
Pernicious.
a lot worse. Yeah,
Absolutely,
oh, yeah.
a lot more pernicious. I mean, but I think worse than that, if you like, is the fact that we're facing problems on many fronts. Okay, it's not just surveillance, and you've got to ask yourself, well, what's the need for the surveillance? Well, the need for the surveillance is when you've got systematic collapses happening across the board in multiple areas, from food security to environment to obviously citizens' rights and so on, and what's that telling you? It's telling you that there's a class of people who think they're above the law. I mean, that's what they're showing in their conduct. The original Constitution in the United States literally excluded women, Native Americans, and considered black people 3/5 of human, so they're excluded too, and they could all be property.
But tie this into the question here about the surveillance. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, what I'm saying, Tim, is that when you have an original constitution where a bunch of oligarchs in their day set up that constitution so those white, pale, stale men could own that property, including other people. And then you hear the Supreme Court now getting rid of Roe v. Wade and all the women's rights and wanting to return to that originalist constitution. What are they really saying? They're saying they want to go back to a time when those white men were above the law and therefore could do what they wanted. And that's what you're seeing out of the current administration. And so the surveillance that they're setting up is then an ability to affect that outcome, because they've got the telemetry, the information necessary to go and target the people who they no longer consider to be human. They consider them to be either inhuman or subhuman. Women aren't people. Women aren't humans. They're property. Black people aren't humans.
I don't know that it's just simply racism, right? I feel like this is just controlling. They just want to control everything, everybody, white people too.
You know
what I mean?
Have you seen the film? No, you're right, Tim. But have you seen the film Nuremberg, the one that's out recently?
I haven't.
I'd encourage everyone to see the film Nuremberg, right? Because the whole point of that film, it was a trial about Hermann Goering from the Third Reich at Nuremberg, and the whole point of that film was essentially what.
Hold on, live visibility restricted for 10 minutes.
10.
Misinformation. Okay, bye. Yeah, it says we violated community guidelines for misinformation that may cause moderate harm.
Well, that's nonsense, right?
What?
Right.
The fuck?
And this is what's going on, Tim. You see, there's a book called The Resistance History of the United States, written by a professor, Tad Sturmer, and his videos are on TikTok if anyone wants to look them up. And his videos are very clear about the historical origins of the things I just spoke of. Right, so I've got reference sources that can prove that information. And the point I'm simply making is that you only seek surveillance when you do want to control, but then you've got to ask the question is, what's the point of control? Where does control leave you? And I'd simply say, well,
In
what
power.
happened?
It leaves you in power.
Not just in power, Tim, but what happened the last time that control was centralized this way, where people were treated in a subhuman way? Well, think about the history of humanity. What normally happens? We've seen it over in the Middle East just recently. What's the logical extent of that inhumanity? Where does it lead to?
So are you saying that they're going to do these things to only people of color and women?
No, I'm saying that I believe that they will do these things in a broad-based way in a lot of places. Because control isn't about control. Control is about getting rid of the excess people that are depleting the resources that will leave them without a planet.
Okay, sure. Well, let's get to Lonnie. Lonnie, what's up? What do you think? Is 2026 the year of surveillance? And should we have to limit First Amendment in order to protect it?
Yes, I believe that we are going into a surveillance state. And no, I don't think we should have to limit the First Amendment to protect it. I do agree with some of the things that John is saying. I'm with you too, Lib, on the fact that I don't believe in this current time that it is strictly race-based. But I do believe that the enslavement of Black and brown people in the early up till the 1900s definitely was a blueprint for what is going to come. But I do believe that now it's going to be wealthy versus poor type of situation that is happening. I believe they are trying to eliminate the middle class as we actively speak. Even, his own base, who is middle class, is going to be, torn down to being poor. I believe we're going to have a revamp of the Depression because of what is happening. But I do believe that it is about power and control. So I just think that we've already been heading towards a surveillance state with the way that we are being watched as of being on this app. Our cars are notifying them of how we drive, where we go. They've been surveilling us for a while now, and they're going to continue to surveil us and keep their control over us and tell us what it is we can and cannot do. I think maybe closer to North Korea or something such as that, where we are all controlled and we have to do things a specific way. So that is my answer to that question.
Okay. Now, Jason, welcome up. What are your thoughts? Thank you, Lonnie.
Well, I'd like to, if I can, I would like to address John to start with, right?
Sure.
So I am one of the original intent guys, right? I believe that the Constitution, that we need to revert our intentions as a society collectively back to the original intent of the Constitution. This has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with people, what gender they choose to be. It has nothing to do with that, right? It's removing, and what the government has done here in America for so many years, right? Their goal is to protect us, right? But what they've done is they have established laws that protect them. Correct? And that is the original intent, people like myself. That's what we're trying to remove. Not that we're trying to harm the government or anybody in political office, but we want the rules and restrictions that keep people from flourishing here in America. As Americans, we want them to remove. We want them removed. Look,
real quick. Who is them? Who is them? Who is them? You said we want them removed.
It's the people who are actually controlling our government, and it's not the politicians. We all know that. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, you have to understand. You have to understand by now that it's not Trump, it's not Joe Biden, it's not none of these people that are actually controlling our government. They're pawns. They're
So
pawns for
you're
us.
saying remove them, not like people. You're saying remove the players that are pulling the strings is who you're talking about.
Well, I think that if we remove the laws, rules, and regulations that they've established to protect themselves, then I think that we would find that we are getting more honest people wanting to be elected officials, right?
Yes.
But
Yeah, I
yeah,
agree. And like in the state, like in Mississippi, for example, they only pay like $26,000 a year. The only people that can afford to have that job are people that already have money or are retired. You know,
yeah, exactly.
you can't, you know, it's a full-time job all year round, and you can't do that on $26,000 and feed your family unless you're in a very unique situation. So yeah, you're right. There are kind of rules that kind of push out certain groups of people. Well, who, in your opinion, are the ones pulling the strings? You know, if it's not Trump and it's not them, you know, what's your best estimation as to who it is?
To be honest with you, I think it's those that are involved in the Federal Reserve, those who own our Federal Reserve. I think that Israel plays a major part in American politics. I think that there are a lot of foreign countries that play a major part in our politics, because whenever you have individuals who are elected to positions and they have business ties or they have family ties to people that are not necessarily what you would consider to be Americans, right? They're here, but they're not willing to assimilate into American culture, right? So whenever you have that, then of course they're probably, you know, it's just like religion. If you take someone that is, say, heavily involved, if they're
real quick, I just got another restriction for 10 minutes for misinformation. Because Jason Hill does not comply with our community guidelines. This is, I have to drop you. It says, I don't know. It doesn't, it won't fucking tell me. It says this restriction will be removed once they are disconnected.
Really? I'll drop and come back down then.
Yeah, come back in like 11 minutes. It should be fine, but this is fucking ridiculous. And look, they're already taking Shlomo's advice. They're like, you got to restrict the First Amendment in order to protect it. That's what they're doing here. Anyway, come back in 11 minutes, Jason. I appreciate it because I do want to hear what you had to say. Thank you.
Yeah, bud.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, given that he was referring to me, Tim, I'd like to address some of those things in
sure.
a roundabout way, not to trigger anything. I mean, he ran into trouble there because he mentioned other countries. And
I think the FR, the F
right.
reserve, I think will trigger also.
Right, that as
well.
well.
Which, you know, the fact that that's the case, because this isn't the first time I've seen somebody bring that up, getting dinged for misinformation, that tells you that you're onto something, in my opinion, when that's what they're going after.
Well, the thing I'd say about that, and you know, it was Jason, wasn't it? Look, I don't take him in bad faith, and yes, right. He's right in saying that there are a lot of originalists who think that's what they're doing, but frankly, they've been sold a puppy. I mean, you know, let's be clear about it, okay? You know, when they say, "Oh, we want to go back to the original thing to get rid of what he's what he was describing as rent seeking," when people pull up the ladder behind them and stop others from having opportunity because they tie it down in regulations and things. Now he's describing rent seeking, but let's be clear. The original Constitution of the United States was written by founding fathers who were all the most wealthy men of their time. Okay, now, and they owned slaves. I mean, this is a historical fact. And what's more, if it wasn't for Patrick Henry, one of the Democratic founding fathers, the one that believed in democracy, because you hear them all the time on the right say, "Oh, we don't have a democracy, we have a republic. They're two different things." Why do they say that? They say that because it was true historically that when Hamilton and Madison campaigned for a federal government, because after the War of Independence, the 13 states were like, well, we can just keep going as 13 states. We don't need a central government. But the reason that they formed one was in response to Shays' rebellion. We spoke about this before. And that is a rebellion by farmers and common people saying, well, why are we under the thumb to bad governance when we fought a war of independence to get out from under it? And so that rebellion was so affrontive to the powers to be that they then decided, yes, we do need a central government. And they weren't going to have a Bill of Rights. Okay, there was not going to be a Bill of Rights. There was going to be a presidency, but not a Bill of Rights. And the problem was that there were some Democratic founding fathers, led by Patrick Henry, who said, no, if you don't have a Bill of Rights, I'll lead a rebellion against you, right? Basically saying, what's the difference between having a constitution without a Bill of Rights? We've got a king in Washington instead of a king in London. No difference. So the only reason the Bill of Rights was put into the Constitution was as a backstop against a possible future rebellion, and it was essentially a compromise. Okay, now the originalists, that's the people in the Supreme Court, the people in the administration, not the people like Jason who've been sold the puppy that somehow that what he's describing is what they mean. No, that's completely false. Those originalists, let's call them the powerful originalists, they see that Bill of Rights as being illegitimate. It was forced upon them. If they had their way, it never would have been there in the first place. They don't need the protection of freedom of speech or the right to carry arms because they've got that anyway. They run the place, right? It's only everyone else that needs that. So why would they want a Bill of Rights? Well, they only acceded to it because they were forced to the table on the basis that someone a lot more powerful than Shay was going to lead a rebellion, Patrick Henry, and he said so, and threatened Madison literally. I mean, they were shit scared, so they put the Bill of Rights in. Now, these originalists today look at that and go, well, that was the original sin. And what does that do? If you go back to that, you entrench rent seeking. You entrench a class of people above the law. So what Jason says, oh, well, let's go back to that, is the actual opposite of what he wants to happen, which is for that shit to be got out of the way. His intention's right, but he's been sold the bullshit that actually does their dirty work for them. And that's the problem with a lot of the people on the right, is they're useful fools. They're useful idiots.
Well,
Well, go ahead, Lonnie.
you know, the fact that he said that people come over here and they don't want to assimilate into American culture, we first have to understand what is American culture, right? Because American culture is allegedly a melting pot of people, right? Like majority of the people that came here were fleeing religious persecution from their own country. You know what I mean? So they came here because they could be free. That's why the founding fathers even came here, if I remember correctly, so that they didn't have to be under those inhumane guides in their own country. So to assume or to force people to come here and to live in America the way that Jason lives in America is putting that into a race category that he doesn't even realize that he's admitting to, because American culture is supposed to be free for all, right? Like everybody's supposed to be able to come here and live how they want. But we see even today with this Somali conversation how that was something that they tried to sell America on to bring in immigrants to become US citizens, that they really use that to go after a group of people that they don't like, right? They use they're not American, quote unquote, enough to be here, you know. So I do agree with John that, you know, he was selling a bill of goods. He was kind of on the right track because we know that the Waltons and the Rothschilds and the other five top families is where we're borrowing our money from. They're lending us the money. They own the banks. And so they own the wealth in this country. So therefore, if we're going to get away from the people that he was speaking of, if that's who he was speaking of when he said it wasn't the politicians that are running the show, it's the top 5, it's the top 1% that's running the show, then we have to get out of this borrowing system of borrowing money to live, but we can't because they structured it in a way that we have to depend on borrowing money in order to live in this country. We got to borrow money to go to school. We got to borrow money to own a home. We got to borrow money to buy a car. We keep borrowing money, and we, the taxpayers, or who is paying back the US debt because we borrowed it from the top 1%. So in that vein, I agree with Jason that it is not the Republicans that are running the show, it's the lobbyists who are part of the top 1%.
Well, American culture, I hate when people bring that up because really it's just one of violence, of just radical individualism. Fuck you, leave me alone. Self-reinvention, you come over here, you can make what you make of yourself, and if you fail, it's you fucking fail. Right? That's kind of the vibe that one gets. But that's not what they talk about when they say that, when they use that American culture, assimilate into our culture. Because if they were to assimilate into our culture, it means that they would just do whatever the fuck they wanted to do and say, leave me alone, at the end of the day. But I don't know. I'm not sure how this ties into surveillance, what we're talking about now. Now we're just kind of going off into like...
I'll tie it back to surveillance quickly.
Holy fucking shit. Can I speak for a little bit? Would that be all right?
Apologies.
Good fucking Lord. What? I don't.
I thought you'd stop, mate. Sorry.
Well, fucking Robert jumped in there too. Robert, what do you want?
If you want, I thought you were moving on to something else, or I was asking for a stay on that topic.
Okay.
About the American culture.
Yeah, I just made a statement about it, but then I was going to go back to what we originally were talking about, which was surveillance. I played an entire fucking video about it, and we haven't really touched on it much because somebody said something about American culture. We went into that. I addressed it. Surveillance. Is 2026 going to be the year that they shove it down our fucking throats? We've got this fucking Shlomo dude who is from a fucking Israeli operation, Unit 8200. Look it up. It's not conspiracy. And this is what they do. They monitor everybody. This is what Unit 8200 is designed to do, to monitor everybody. And now you got this fucking guy coming over here telling us that the government needs to take over fucking TikTok, and we can't say two fucking words without getting a misinformation violation. Yet you go to Canada and there's no such thing. Does Canada need a First Amendment violation? Does the government in Canada have to take over? I don't understand what the fuck it is we're supposed to do. Somebody's going to have to come up with another TikTok or something, because these people have gotten their fucking little grubby hands on this shit and they're taking it over. Is this where we're going to start seeing like the normalization of this? Like where it's just normal? Like how the fuck do we combat this? Also, there is another form of this topic. I find this to be a lot more, important than, American culture conversations or the fucking, F reserve, what have you.
What's your big fear, host?
Well, it's not necessarily fear. It's literally we're watching it happen. We just twice so far.
What's the consequence, I guess? What's the consequence?
The consequence of surveillance?
Yeah, what you're claiming is going on. Like, what's going to happen because of it?
Mass surveillance? What's the consequence of that?
Right.
You can't figure that out? Like, you don't have, like, a belief of what that's going to look like?
I'm asking your opinion, that's all.
I mean, okay, so if the government is monitoring every email, text message, phone call, records every phone call, knows what you do, when you do it, where you go, you got cameras on the fucking streets, what do you think that is? What do you think the consequences of that is?
I know what surveillance is. I'm just asking, what is the consequence of it? Like, if you're not doing anything illegal...
Is it not obvious?
I'm not saying that I want it, but I'm saying if you're not doing anything illegal, then what's the problem?
Well, I don't know. This fucking little stupid goddamn thing called the Constitution. You ever heard of that? You know what the Fourth Amendment says? You know what the Fourth Amendment says? So if we're not going to respect this at all, what's the fucking point?
Tell me what it is.
What is this country? You're right against, search and seizure, illegal search and seizure.
Okay.
How is this not? And so what they're doing now is a loophole by using what's now the modern version of the public forum. No longer we don't go to parks. We don't, generally congregate anymore. We come to places like this. And since these are corporations and they're not bound by the Constitution necessarily, although we should make them, Now the government is able to come in, as we saw them do with fucking Twitter. We saw Joe Biden do it. We're seeing Donald Trump do it, using corporations to stifle speech so that you aren't allowed to speak your mind. You aren't allowed to, go against what the government is. And if you want to talk about American culture, it is a gross distrust of their government. That is American culture, is it not? Of course it is.
It is as of recently, for sure.
Well, since the beginning was a distrust of government.
See, I would disagree with that narrative. I think people generally did trust their government until like the 50s and 60s, really, when, they kind of started to be made aware of kind of the more intricate dealings of especially like American foreign policy and stuff like that. But I think, honestly, the point you just brought up addresses one of the prompts in your thing there about having to limit the First Amendment to protect it. And, that actually is true to a degree, because if you wanted to allow for at least, of course, you're allowed to say whatever you want, but in the sense of actually effectuating the speech. So if you actually wanted to have a true First Amendment, you would have to say, okay, we are not going to tolerate speech that is against the First Amendment. So you can't really be completely pro free speech and then like advocate for anything. You just have to like have no opinion about anything. You say, yep, go ahead, say what you want or do what you want. I don't care. But if you actually want to have some sort of like, I don't know, society with rules and standards, then obviously you're going to have to limit some of the behaviors that.
So okay, so then the problem becomes who gets to determine what's problematic.
Well, I don't think that's a problem if you have a representative democracy like you do in the United States, where people get to vote on these things.
Oh, well, we have a representative democracy and have had since the beginning, yet black people were 3/5 of a person. We see how great that works out. We see people go to jail all the time for protesting. We see how well that works out. So who gets to determine what's problematic?
Again, the elected government of the United States,
so it'll just change from one term to the next. So one segment of 4 years you get to say whatever. The next segment you can't talk about ABs. The next segment you can't talk about surveillance or another country. Is it really?
That's not exactly what I'm saying in this. I mean, obviously those are more like just normal speech topics. I'm talking in the extremes of like if there was a true like F-ish or like someone who didn't want an authoritarian, essentially, if they were trying to restrict speech, you would have to speak up and say, no, we're not going to allow for that type of speech to occur where you restrict it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, what speech do you want to be restricted right now?
Ask me that question, Tim.
Yeah, well, I'm asking Robert, what speech right now?
I would say, like saying you want to G-side Christians or something like that. Like that would not be a free speech policy that
it's
I'd
not.
be in favor of.
That's not free speech.
Of course, you can say it, but like, yeah, right. So free speech would be actually trying to make a point and like actually have a real conversation, not just say outlandish stuff. So if you're going to make the free speech claim that I want to G-side Christians, then I would say that is not a tolerable free speech that I would,
That's already not protected, though. Hate speech isn't protected. Neither are lies.
That's my point.
That's correct.
That's
my point. Always been true, though.
There's no such thing as hate speech. You know that, right?
Well, sure there is.
No, there's actually not. The hate speech is not defined in the Constitution at all.
Well, we have definitions for it.
It's only been interpreted by courts, right? So that's what
right. We have definitions for it, so it is like a thing.
No, it's not one thing because there are multiple definitions of what hate speech is. So it's not a thing
determined by the court, which is how, which is
definitions.
Well, whatever. I mean, you're playing semantics at that point.
It's quite lower than yours, I imagine.
Maybe. Okay, so you want to restrict that which is already restricted. So what else would you like to restrict speech-wise?
I would just say things that are not in line with the cultural values that I would support. I mean, it's not that I want to...
Like what? Give me well, no, hold on. Give me an example.
Yeah, I would. Again, it's you have to understand me here. It's not that I want to like target people for disagreeing with this position. It's just that I personally would like not advocate for like a pro-pride agenda, for instance. That's just not something that I support. So
you would not advocate. Okay, well, I don't even know what that means. You would not advocate for a pro-pride agenda? What do you mean? Give me an example.
Yeah, I would say like just kind of more generally aligned with like a pagan secular view of America. The viewpoint that you're describing, honestly, like a very individualistic, competitive, ultra greedy society, like that would be kind of what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Yeah, you're not making much sense, honestly, Robert. I don't mean that to be rude or shitty. I'm just saying, like, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Because
Well,
at this point, the only speech that you need to protect, Robert, is
Pride
speech
is a religion, Angie.
is speech that is unpopular. Because if it's popular speech, there's no reason to protect it. Because everybody's like, yeah, I agree. You know, the sky is blue. You don't need to protect that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like you have to be intolerant of absolute absurdities and falsehoods, like because then you start to live in a society where everything is questioned about what is true and what is false, and that's literally what we have right now to this day. So again, it's not so much that people shouldn't be allowed to like say whatever they want, but it's like people also are going to have to be proven wrong, and then once they're proven wrong, it's not like you can say that they can just keep claiming that what they're saying is true because they want it to be so badly.
Well, that's already not protected speech, Robert. You cannot lie about someone. You can't lie. That's not lies or not protected speech, bro.
So what? So what are you saying to me then? You're saying that it's already true. It's already limited, the First Amendment.
No, right, within reason. I mean, that's within the Constitution. Like you can't. Defamatory statements are not protected speech. Hate speech is not protected speech. Saying that you want to go and gun down 12,000 children in Gaza is not protected speech, especially if it incites. So
that's the stuff I'm saying about that I would not tolerate. So that's what you're asking me. That's the answer.
That's already in place. How old are you, Robert?
I'm not
if you don't mind me
about the free
asking.
Speech laws in the country. 26.
Well, you're agreeing that you have to limit First Amendment to protect it, but the First Amendment has never protected speech like that. Never has.
So that's not the point of the prompt then.
Well,
I guess you missed the video. Speech. You missed the video. The point of the prompt is because that video, Shlomo, this fucking he's part of this Unit 8200. You can look it up. It's like a cyber warfare, whatever, where they monitor everybody's everything. They monitor all the Palestinians, the emails, phone calls, text message, everything. And so he gets up there and he's saying that they have to start taking over. The government has to take over these social media companies, TikTok, Twitter, all of this stuff, in order to limit what people can say, because it's causing people to be divided and polarized. And in order to not be polarized, you have to limit everybody's free speech. That's where this came from. Maybe you missed that video.
Well, I mean, it's true in a sense. Like I was just saying, if you can't have a consensus on what is true and what is false, then you're not going to have a functioning society. So it's not that I want to limit anyone's speech, but if you're just going to blatantly lie just to have an agenda, then that's not something I would tolerate personally. But like you said, that's not legal anyway. So
right. Yeah, you can't
worry about.
You can't lie.
But
so you're arguing something that I'm not making a claim about, or because Shlomo's talking about just making people, not come online and have these large disagreements. I guess.
He's saying he doesn't want there to be a variety of opinion.
Yes, basically.
I mean, that's true from obviously a practical electoral sense, but I'm sure he's pretty comfortable with the Democrats being a political party.
Who? Shlomo?
Shlomo, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Republicans right now are sucking their ass, not the Democrats.
Who? The intelligence community, you're saying?
Well, his version of the intelligence community, Donald Trump has put in all of these tech bros that largely are moving the same way. And for some reason, it's just America. You go to Canadian Live, they don't deal with the misinformation stuff like we do here. I've already gotten 2 misinformation dings, and I'm surprised my show is still even here for something that wasn't misinformation. It's ridiculous. So, at some point, if they take over all of your ability to go online and say things, to speak about issues and offer your opinions, if they take that over, That's just authoritarianism.
Hey Tim, it's almost it was 2:30 here in the morning. So if you don't mind, can I have a crack and then I've got to get going because I'm tired.
Sure.
Is that all right?
Well, that's fine. Yeah.
Cool, mate. Look, first thing I've got to say about that is that I don't think you have to limit the First Amendment to protect it, because the real problem here is who's doing the speaking. You see, the truth is, I worked at the top corporate level for 2 decades, running my own company, and I never saw a company constitution talk or utter a single word. It was only the people sitting in the company that talked. I've never seen a company building utter a single word. I've never seen a company car utter a single word. And yet, for some reason, companies have free speech under Citizens United in your system. And apparently they can propagate that view. But we know it's not companies. We know it's humans using the companies as a vessel to hide behind so they can channel a whole lot of dark and black money into the system. Now, that's not free speech. That's corrupted speech. And it's not from people, because, of course, people's speech is limited by laws that means that they can't do that. But companies can. So now you've got a vessel for corrupt people to do it corruptly through a corrupt corporate system that channels money into politics. Now, there's free speech, so-called, but it's not. It's corrupted speech. And that should be immediately banned. That should be immediately taken out. And that doesn't require any change to the First Amendment. And that's something that every true American should agree on. The only people defending that are people who are on the goons on the gravy train of that corruption in some form, whether they're paid trolls on in bot farms or on platforms like this, or whether they're nepo babies doing their daddy's bidding. I mean, the reality is that they're that's a whole category of corruption, and we saw the effect of that corruption because it changed the presidential vote last election through the course of, what was it, $245 $1 million. I mean, a shitload of money went into tilt the scales. Now that's corruption. And so, I mean, that's not free speech. There's an obvious answer. And then also, I'd say, Robert, that for you to conflate the idea that paganism and secularism are the same sort of thing. I mean, to be secular, let's be clear. The reason that there was a Virginian Bill of Religious Rights put forward by Thomas Jefferson was he made the obvious argument that if you don't want government to come into your church, don't put your church into the government. So the moment that you cross that Rubicon of saying, oh, no, we want to start looking after certain religions using government instruments, well then, you know what happens at some point later is that government comes into your church when the tables are turned. That is when the other side gets in. So you see, that's a very dangerous game to play, but it's a pretty stupid one that Christian nationalists have been playing because they're so unable to just mind their own business. Hey, you want to practice your own belief, you go and do it all you like, but don't force it on the fucking rest of us. It's that simple, right? You want to believe in a sky daddy and all the rest of it, you go your hardest, mate. If that helps you, we're into it. As long as you don't make it my problem, but you seem to want to.
All right. Thank you, John. Robert, since that was directed to you, I'm going to give you a chance to rebut, and then I think Lonnie wanted to go also. So go ahead. Since John had quite a bit of time, I'm going to give you a minute and a half. Go ahead, Robert.
Sure. And I mean, I honestly was kind of going in and out a little bit, but for the most part, I would just say that on the religious part of it, I understand that that's kind of like a very common sentiment is to like let bygones be bygones, or just to let people do what they want to do, and as long as it doesn't affect me. But the issue is, like, people's lifestyles, they do affect me, because if people are less interested in like family and community, stuff like that, that has extreme negative downstream effects on the ability of the United States to support itself, like with a social safety net, and to produce enough economically to sustain our life here. And so, yes, of course, I'm not trying to institute any sort of mandatory religion of the state or whatever, but to act as though, your politics are going to be separate from your religion is just like not true. Everything, especially like, a lot of social policy is going to be driven by your kind of moral compass. And obviously that's my Christian faith. And, the point about the pagan secular comp, as a Christian, a pagan is just a non-Christian. And if you're a secular person and you think that you're not loyal to any sort of God or deity, you're mistaken. You're loyal to yourself. You are your own God. It's whatever you feel like is best in the moment. That is the only thing that kind of dictates what you feel like is good or bad. So.
All right. Thank you, Robert.
Stop projecting your bullshit onto the rest of us. I gotta go, Tim.
Okay. Thanks,
See you,
John.
mate.
We'll see you. Have a good night. Lonnie,
You
go
too.
ahead, please.
So it sounds like to me, Robert, what you're doing is something that I like to call compliance, compliant. Hold on, I had the word and I lost it. You're pre-complying to things that aren't actually factually true right now, right? Like you
So are you saying pre-complying?
Yes, you're pre-complying to something that isn't actually factually law or true right now, right? Like you're complying to things like, case in point, somebody said that they were going to change the name of a body of water to what it has been to what they want it to be now, and everybody started saying that thing, just like they wanted to change the DOD to a different name, and everybody started calling it what it is now, but none of that has been put into law. Congress hasn't approved any of that. So you're already complying with orders that aren't legal orders. You're complying with things that aren't legal. Number two, the fact that you just sat there and said anybody that doesn't believe in religion is a pagan is a lie, because I don't believe in religion and I'm not a pagan. Okay. And then you try to project your own way of living onto everyone else, but then upset that other people want to live differently than you is kind of a problem, because the United States, we should all be able to live however we want. And as long as it's not physically hurting anybody, it shouldn't matter to you or anyone else what I do in my own household.
Yeah. Yeah, Robert, since that was directed at you, I'm going to go back to my regular time, which is 65 seconds. So 65 seconds. Go ahead.
Sweet. I'm just saying that in Christianity, anyone who is not a Christian is a pagan. So that's all I'm saying about that. And then, oh man, sorry. I had a point. Give me a second.
Here, I'll give you some time back.
Sorry. Yeah. Honestly, I just kind of blanked out a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
That's okay. I brain fart all the time.
Yeah. Just had a little brain fart, indeed.
And my face is up here, so I look real stupid when I do it. You're good, though.
Yeah, so I can't really remember the point that she had brought up that I was going to address. I feel like I did have something to say.
Well, you brought up the paganism, and here, let me put your time back. Paganism, right, and then putting your belief system on other people.
Right. I remember. Okay, right, so right, that sort of like calculation in your head and sense of like what is good or what is bad is only calculated by the pain or suffering caused to somebody else, right? So like you just said, as long as you do something and it doesn't hurt anybody else besides yourself, you should have the right to do that. And yet, I mean, I don't support like medically assisted unaliving or anything like that. So I would say that in that, that is not the only thing that you should consider when deciding if something is good or bad. And so when we're making laws and legislating or enforcing our kind of social standards and cultural standards, it should not be so limited to, if it doesn't cause harm to somebody else, we should allow it. We should hold ourselves to a bit of a higher standard than that and have things that we care about more than, that.
Well, you can do that without making other people do that, right? Like you can choose to do that, but I think where people draw the line is when you try to force somebody else to a standard that you believe in, especially for religious purposes. Does that make sense? Like
it does make sense. I think I'm not trying to say the government should like advocate for a religious point of view, but I mean, there are some ideologies that I feel like maybe are damaging to the American culture that, I don't know. It's not that I care that people have like organize and advocate for policy. It's just maybe I'm a little concerned with how effective of movements that they are. And so like, that's what I was saying about the pride thing. Like, again, I don't care if someone is supportive of gay marriage, like that's fine. You're allowed to be. I don't think that you're like an awful person or a devil. I just like kind of would disagree that is the position that that's just not something that I personally do support. So I wouldn't advocate for it. In fact, I would try and advocate for traditional marriage. And so I don't know. It's not that I want to,
Well,
limit people's rights, but I don't know.
Well, and
It's
look,
more that I don't
that's
want to
like
push the culture of pride. I don't care if gay people get married, so I wouldn't like push to outlaw that necessarily. But
okay, that's where I was going, because like you have, not wanting that. I mean, I personally disagree with that, but that's your deal. Where the line gets drawn is when you try to say you can't believe those things, right? You can't do those things, and that's where I draw a line, because it's like, no, you do what you want.
Well,
let me do what I want.
Thing. On the marriage thing, especially, that is like I feel like a pretty common practice that you cannot say that because you're gay that you can't get married. Like that would be clearly the government taking a religious position on an issue, in my opinion, and that would be a clear violation of church and state there. So yeah, I agree with that. But again, it's just like personally and culturally, it's not something that I would advocate for, and yeah. That's kind of the separation there.
It's fair if you draw that line too. Like, you're welcome to your opinions, obviously, but then when you try to force that onto somebody else, then that becomes like somebody else's problem, not just your own belief. But no, so I appreciate the delineation there. Daniel, welcome in. Let me give you your timer. Go ahead.
I came in to address the British guy that left.
The British guy.
His inclusion of corporations being able to pay what they want, and that being not a legitimate form of expense, or not expense, but opinion, is not true. What they actually do is they contribute to a PAC that allows them to contribute more than the average person. But the average person can also contribute to that PAC. And the PAC is what decides what the message is going to be. It's a shaky road, but that is one of the places to take money out of government. End of story.
Now, are you saying that you agree with the ability to do that? Because if you think about it from a logical standpoint, it makes sense why the court ruled the way that they did. Because, if somebody wants to, here's Jason. Jason comes back. This is the guy that got a 10-minute violation. Anyway, if you want to personally say, I support this person because of XYZ, you should be allowed to do that. And that's what the court ruled in favor of, is saying that, if you're able to afford to take out an ad in a newspaper, outside of their campaign, just on your own, you should be allowed to do that. The problem, though, becomes the ability for, this corruption to take place and such, and essentially other people have more speech than you do if they have more money. They have the more of an ability to change minds, which sucks.
That is exactly why I think they should be eliminated, because obviously somebody that contributes $250,000 to a campaign expects, or $250 million to a campaign, expects a lot more than just an ad to be in their favor.
These people don't even donate to charities without some ulterior motive. So we know if they're throwing in $250,000, they're wanting something out of it, get a return on that investment, Yeah. But I mean, that's a fair thing to point out. Sure. He's Australian, for the record, just for the record.
Oh.
Anyway, Jason, welcome back, sir. I appreciate you coming back. Let me get you a timer. Go ahead. Just be careful with how we say what we say, because, this is America, land of the unfree and home of the cowards. Jason? You are muted. I didn't mute you, but you are muted. Well, we'll come back to Jason.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go. Yes. Gotcha.
Yeah, my microphone's not showing up on my end for some reason. I guess it didn't load lately or something. So, but yeah, as I was saying, yeah, the people like myself who are original intent. No, we're not trying to take anybody back to the Stone Ages. You know what I mean? That's not it. It is an effort to remove the laws, rules, and regulations that prohibit the American people, regardless of race or creed or whatever, from being able to flourish here in America. And that's all it is. You know, I mean, I get the point. You know, some people may say, "Oh yeah, you know, they're trying to do this or they're trying to do that," but everyone that I know of that's involved with organizations as myself, none of us are trying to harm anybody. You know, it's yeah, it's bringing back the original intent of the Constitution.
And you believe that intent to be like, what do you think is
Less government, less government, less government having the authority, or government having less authority over being able to dictate personal life.
so basically leave me the fuck alone? Yeah.
Exactly.
I am in favor of that, but also I also realize that like companies, for example, will do bad things if they aren't regulated. You know what I mean?
Well,
like fluoride comes to mind because I wrote a thing about it this morning, where they used to spew that shit into the atmosphere. It's toxic, you know, and then they were made to, you know, regulate it. Of course, in this case, they were able to capture it and turn around and sell it to municipalities and put it in your water. But that regulation prevents harm. So like, are you okay with regulations like that to, you know, to keep companies from just polluting?
Oh, well, when it comes to things like that, say if they are, you know, doing dangerous things, it should be allowed by the American people to gather up and go say, hey, listen here, you're not doing this. You know, you're going to have to stop. And that's just like with our politicians, right? For a long time, a lot of the people on the right and even some of the left were hollering, you know, we need term limits for Congress, right? The thing is, we really actually don't need term limits. What we need is the ability to remove tyrannical politicians. The pathway needs to be a whole lot easier.
Well,
to
that's
recall
tough to
them.
define.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, I see what you're saying, but now I want to say to your, you know, about the people being able to come together and say, you can't do this. That's literally what our government is. It's a representative democracy, meaning the representatives represent the community and the people. So when those representatives collectively say, hey, my constituents don't want to breathe this air, it's the same as what you're saying, right? Where people come together and tell a corporation they can't do it.
No,
It
it's
is.
not. So
Like, literally.
No. Okay, so our representatives, right? They can pass laws, true enough, that would prohibit the spraying of this, right? So, but then we have like the EPA and the FDA. They're sitting back over here and they're saying, hey, listen, we've done studies on bullfrogs in, you know, Africa, and this chemical's not harming them, right? But listen, it doesn't matter what it's doing to that bullfrog in Africa. We don't want to breathe it. So here we are. We've got an organization that's really, in my belief, that is unconstitutional, and they have been unconstitutional for years. Because look at the dyes, look at the chemicals that they allow to be, you know, pushed off on the American people. They should be charged themselves. You know, so
meaning they weren't doing their job, though, right?
That's right.
Yeah, they
That's
were
right.
corrupted by, in some cases, the very industries they were set to regulate and to protect from, and that's
Exactly.
that's that money, you know.
That's
Fucking
right.
money gets
That's right.
people to. So yes, we, you know, that is a problem that needs to be rectified. But the ability for them to regulate in that way isn't necessarily a bad thing, in my opinion. You know, that's just my opinion.
No, I think that like OSHA and different organizations, they've done good for the American workforce.
Great things.
The EPA,
Yes.
the EPA in some instances have done good for the American workforce, but Where are the American people? Where are we allowed to govern like the EPA, like the OSHA regulations and stuff, right?
Right.
That's just like with OSHA coming in and saying, okay, everybody has got to have workman's comp insurance at every job, right? Some jobs, unless you're a complete fool, you're not going to get hurt doing that job. But I'm not saying that the workers should be put in danger. What I'm saying is that there should be a clause whenever they're hired in to where they can write off and say, you know what, I've got my own insurance. If something does happen, if the ceiling falls or something like that, yes, of course, then somebody needs to pay for it. But as far as, say I slip and I break a finger or something, right? I would rather have my money on my paycheck. You give me my money in my pocket. I don't necessarily need all this stuff from you. What I need is a better paycheck.
Oh
So
God, Jason.
Yeah, well,
I would
workman's
like to
comp
address that.
insurance is something that's been around for fucking thousands of years, man. Like the early 1700s or mid 1700s BC was the first, workman's comp insurance. The Code of Hammurabi had this written into it that you had to have workman's comp insurance because when throughout the course of whatever it is that you're profiting from does harm to somebody else, it's to make sure that those people are made whole. With that I don't really see. Like I understand.
Jason,
your point,
you've got a Christian nationalist.
Well, hold on,
symbol in
Poetivity. Yeah, hold on, Poetivity. That's a great point. I didn't even notice that. But Lonnie has been sitting there. I think Lonnie's been trying to say something for a minute.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So, and then I'll get to you, Poetivity. Go ahead, Lonnie.
Well, I wanted to go back to what Robert was saying and the topic of surveillance. And
Sure.
surveillance isn't just cameras watching, it's people watching other people as well and going around and saying like, well, I don't like, same-sex marriages, right? But if you want to, by all means, go for it. But then when you go in the voting booth, you're picking the candidate that says, I'm going to eliminate same-sex marriages, right? And once they eliminate same-sex marriages, then we go into like biracial marriages, right? Where people who aren't the same ethnic background getting married, like Loving versus Virginia, where they had to fight to be able to marry because they loved each other. But the government said, y'all two are different races, so y'all can't be married. That is surveilling what others is doing. Because you don't like something does not mean that you should be able to tell others what to do. So you're surveilling other people on behalf of the candidate that you're choosing. And so I feel like the fact that you seem to think that you absolved yourself by saying, I don't care what you do, I don't agree with it, doesn't mean that you have to go out and be in a same-sex marriage. It doesn't mean that you have to go out and be in a biracial relationship. That just means that you don't like it. And if you got the opportunity to say who in this neighborhood is having same-sex marriages or who in this neighborhood is having biracial marriages, you most likely would be like this person here and that person there and that person there. And you're helping to surveillance the country and getting these people in trouble for doing something that they choose to do within their own home, like me deciding to marry somebody that doesn't look like me. And that was my point.
Yeah. Now, Robert, since that was aimed at you, did you want to respond? 45-second rebuttals.
Yeah, 45-second works. Yeah. I mean, I guess I would agree to an extent that I do believe that what happens in someone's home is like restricted to that. So, but that is just within reason. Like, so being in favor of same-sex marriage, like allowing people to have those relationships, like that's again something personally I morally disagree with, but just personally don't really care much if my society allows for that type of behavior to occur. But there are certain behaviors like, having a dungeon, for instance, like that we would not accept, even though it's behind closed doors. I would also say too, that on the kind of forcing a position on somebody, like being a Christian nationalist, I'm not a Christian nationalist. I don't want like the government to force a religion on anybody. I do just want us to have a more, in my opinion, virtuous and happy society. And I think that that's rooted in changing a lot of our beliefs on everything, really. I mean, I think I talked about it, and the host talked about it earlier about the self-obsession, the greed that America runs on, and so changing that mindset.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. Now, Poetivity, welcome in. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. Happy New Year.
It's been the holidays, and that's always busy.
Yeah.
This idea that voting for Donald Trump is going to get you a moral society, that's insane. And Christian nationalism, like Jason has the Christian nationalist symbol right in his profile picture. And Trump and the Republicans, just the 24th, I think they did, passed a bill that is like trying to regulate thought. Like you have to think this way about America and this way about the family and this way about things in order to not be considered a T in this country now because of a bill that they signed, the Republicans. So everything that you said is just like not true about your party.
I didn't vote for Donald Trump, so I agree with you there. But I do think that the Republicans represent a more functional society, or advocate for a more functional society than the Democrat Party does.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Because if you look at Socrates and you look at Plato and their conversations about what makes a moral society, I mean, you had the war between Sparta and Athens, right? And Athens was all about education, truth, all of that, and Sparta was all about might makes right. And Sparta won that war. And so that sparked the conversation for Socrates and Plato about what makes a civil society. And what they decided is that these poetry and this emotion running the society, that is not going to do it. What you have to do is you have to make rational, provable, repeatable laws and decisions about how you want people held accountable for things that they might do wrong. And what you see under the Trump administration and under the Republicans is a total disregard for all of that.
Yeah. Well, Robert, you said you didn't vote for Donald Trump. Did you vote?
Yeah, I wrote in Ron DeSantis.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I mean, DeSantis was a much better. Was it because of his lack of morality, Trump, that you couldn't vote for him?
I disagree with January 6th and his election denialism. So that's where I'm at on that.
Okay. I mean, that's something we can work
obviously,
with.
But I do agree with the characterization of him being a pretty terrible person. Obviously, he's got a rough history of that. I got to step away for like 1 minute, but I'll be back on in a second.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, Jason, like, I don't know if you're a Trump supporter or not. Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
now, what are your thoughts about what Robert just said? Just curious.
About January the 6th?
Well, and like his reasons for writing in DeSantis instead of voting for Trump. Do you do you understand that? Does that make total sense?
I have absolutely no problem with it. I mean, that's his decision. I think that voting, when it comes to voting and who you vote for, I kind of look at it as sexual activity. It's my business, right? And even though, that's the way I feel about it. What Poetivity said about me being Christian nationalist. I am a Christian constitutionalist. There is a big difference, right? I believe that the framework of the Constitution, our laws are pretty well much in line with the Hebrew Bible, right? And to understand what the founding fathers, the framers of the Constitution wanted for America, it wasn't necessarily to force everybody to be Christian. It was for them to understand that the biblical text of how we should treat each other should be the path that we go on, and our laws reflect that, right? And as far as marriage, I think Lonnie brought it up. As far as same sex marriage, we have to understand that in the beginning of America, right, the churches dealt with marriage. It was only because of radicals who tried to push the Christian national efforts, right, the Christian nationality efforts, that we become to the point to where, oh well, you can't marry this person or you can't marry that person, right? But in the original intent of the Constitution, it was the church's place to note who was married to who or whatever. Yeah. So I think that's a blemish that a lot of people try to push on the original intent people like myself. I
Well,
don't think that government should have anything to do with marriage.
okay, so should the government, should you be able to submit a contract that you make between two people to the government to acknowledge that this contract we are both agreeing to? Is that something that the government should be allowed to say, yes, one of our agents has confirmed that this contract is actually valid?
Well, there again, so if you pass along that contract to an insurance company, say it's a life insurance company, right? They should have to honor that because it's none of their business. It should not be left up to government to say that, hey, I can't have life insurance on this person, or they can't have the life insurance on me. They should have to honor it, plain and simple. But it's the removal of restrictions from government on marriage.
Well,
The way that it started out.
the point I'm making here is that marriage is just a contract between two people.
Well, when it comes to
That's all it's ever been.
legalities, yes,
Yeah.
yes. When it comes to legalities, for Christians, it's different, right? So
Right.
you have
But we're not.
bylaws, which
But
are,
we're not talking about Christians. We're just talking about marriage.
well, that's right, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think that the government should be allowed to establish laws that say, okay, well, this insurance company doesn't have to honor your union or your marriage just because, one thing or the other. It should not make any difference. I mean, I think that it should be limited to humans. I don't think that if you've got a horse that, and you want to claim the horse as, you being married to the horse, I don't think that's appropriate. But if it's a living human being and you say, listen, no matter even if I'm not in love with this person, if I think that this person should have the rights as them being married to me or me being married to them, then I think the government should have to step away from it because it's not their business.
So okay, so in the in terms of taxes, right? We now have tax systems that we didn't have at the beginning, right? Because mostly it was from tariffs that we made our revenue, the government. And so
Yes.
now we have a tax system. So now you have to file taxes. And if you're married, if it's two people in conjunction with each other, the tax filing is a little different. Right now, I think that's pretty standard. I don't know that we're going to argue against that necessarily. But that's all that is a recognition of these two people entered into a contract. And so when they file their taxes and do other things, we acknowledge that these two people have this contract. And when it relates to healthcare, for example, your spouse, man or woman, is in a coma in the hospital. The state recognizing this contract with this other person simply allows the state to say, yes, they have, power of authority over the decisions when that person is unable to make those decisions for themselves. And I think it's okay to have something like that in place. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yes, but the reason why the government was ever offered the ability to be involved in marriage to begin with is because there was enough of a population that the churches could just simply not, take record of all of it. And that's where the government had to step in and say, listen, we'll start up, and start keeping records because, well, you have things that deal with immigration, migration from the United States, certain things. So, and then you have the censuses, We have to know how many people's here, and if they have kids, if they don't have kids, and this and that and the other for
Right.
electoral purposes. So, whenever we're looking at that, yes, I believe that, say, like if you decide that you want to be married, but it's not going to be in a church or whatever, the government says, well, you have to come here and be married to us. But what if you don't believe in marriage, period, but you want to have a union? You love someone, but you don't want to have that contract with them. But you still, as an American citizen, should be offered the same abilities, right? The government should not be allowed to tell me whether I'm married or not. I should get it. Yeah, because that's forcing someone into a contract.
No. How's that forcing somebody into a contract?
Okay, so if I'm not legally married, then how can I claim them on my taxes?
By you have what's called a civil union that is still recognized, I think, in most states. Also a state issue. For example, if you and this person who you're not married to share a bank account under the name and you present yourself as husband and wife, you can actually go back later on if there's a split and you have to divide assets, and it is recognized as a union, for example. Sure.
Yes, and all that can be handled through the courts, right?
Right,
So
but that goes to what you're saying didn't exist.
Yes.
It does exist.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, me claiming someone on my insurance, I should be able to claim anybody on my insurance. I shouldn't have to be married to them to be able to claim them on my insurance, right?
Yeah, I mean, I largely agree, especially if they're like a dependent. But then, in order to prevent fraud, you would have to have some form of, this person is dependent on me, or we're cohabitating, what have you. You see what I'm saying? Like, it was weird because whenever my child turned 16, the insurance company forced me to pay for my child, even though my child at that point didn't have a license and couldn't drive. I still had to pay for insurance for this child. And so,
man, I thought we were bad.
It's really.
I thought we were bad. Yeah,
it's really fucked up. I was like, fuck you. And so I went to a different insurer. I think that was State Farm. Because, I mean, it was not cheap either. It was expensive. I'm like, my child isn't going to be driving my cars. Why the fuck would I pay for insurance on somebody who's not going to be needing insurance? It's weird. But either way, like, it serves a purpose, a legal purpose, a contract. Like, it makes sense to me, Well,
I mean, say we could actually establish different laws that afford people the right to be able to claim others on their insurance, their taxes, and stuff like that without having the government involved in their personal relationships. Say, true enough, being it done through the government, right? You can claim that person on your taxes that year, right? Mm-hmm. So, and knowing the divorce rate here in America, just stop and think about it. So here you are, you know what I mean? So here you are, you claim someone as being married to them, and then 6 months later, you're divorced from them. It's no different. It would be no different, but you're still going to have to carry insurance on them until open enrollment comes about, right? Or, well, not necessarily.
Well, that'd be a life change. A life change could allow you to remove that person midstream. But I mean, I don't see why it's a problem, because it's literally just the government acknowledging this contract between these two people. We acknowledge this. It's not the government doing anything. They're just like saying, okay, we agree that this contract happened. It happened in front of a witness. It happened in front of somebody who was ordained in order to be able to do that, whether through the church or, otherwise. I don't know. I don't see the problem, No.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think that it's a problem. I think that there was a better solution whenever they passed the same-sex marriage laws and this and that and the other. I think that there was a better solution.
So, like, for unions, rather than calling it marriage, is it more of a semantics thing for you? Like a
what someone else calls themselves has no bearing on me. You know what I mean?
True.
If somebody, yeah. I mean, to me personally, I think a marriage is a union that's ordained by God by a preacher, right? It's a ceremony, and you give your I do's and this and that and the other. But now saying that someone else can't mimic or copy that and say, "Hey, I'm just as married as you," I don't think the government has that right.
Okay.
Just to tell them that they can't.
Sure. I mean, that's an opinion. Habib, you just came in. Did you want to weigh in on this or respond to the prompt at all? We could go back and talk about that too.
Well, good morning and Happy New Year to you, brother. How you doing?
Doing fine.
I just heard something quick about Donald Trump and earlier. I don't know if that's off the topic now.
You heard what about Donald Trump? I'm having a hard time hearing you. It sounds like you're muffled and far away from your phone.
What the heck? What? These are brand new. Is that any better? Can you hear me better now?
It's really muffled.
What the heck? All right, let me change my earbuds. Go. Give me a one. Go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Let me change my earbuds.
Yeah. Now, Jason, did you see that video I played earlier? Were you here when I played that?
I don't think so.
Okay, let me play some of it back again so that we're kind of all, while we wait on Habib to do his thing here. The Shlomo guy, Unit 8200. Fucking. And this actually goes into what I think it was Lonnie was talking about where are you back, Habib?
Is it better? Can you hear me better now?
No, it's still muffled on my end.
That must be my phone. I guess I need a new phone. I don't know what the heck the problem is.
I can hear you well enough. I'll just, nobody talk while he's talking so we can go ahead.
I just wanted to say, because I overheard you guys talking about Donald Trump and whatever. The beginning of the year, I was a pro-Trump supporter. Excuse me, the beginning of last year. I was a pro-Trump supporter. And when the tariffs hit January, February, I really started losing my respect for him completely. Mid-year, when Tel Aviv got attacked, I found a video on David Icke or Ickel, however you say his name, and
Icke.
Icke. I found a video on him, and he was explaining how Donald Trump, the reason why he was a billionaire was because of I think his name was William Ross, and I guess he wired himself through all these banks and laundered money and basically pulled him out of bankruptcy that way. So as soon as I saw that video on David Icke, I lost all my respect for Donald Trump. That's really just what I wanted to say real quick on up here.
Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't heard what he has said about Donald Trump and his money, so I'll look that up to familiarize myself with. He's a long
Instagram.
Okay, yeah, he's kind of a conspiracy theorist, if you will. I mean, he's a very interesting character, David Icke. So yeah, I'll look into that.
Back when I was in London Real Academy. A couple of his academies with Brian Rose. There was a lot of David Icke on his academy. And I'm not going to say I agree with everything David Icke says, and I hear what you're saying, this conspiracy and all that. But you know what? That one video, I'll believe every bit of it. I'm sorry. With all the stuff going on with Trump, he's lost all my respect. As an American, I was born here, and you know what? That guy's lost all my respect completely. I can't stand Trump. I hate that guy. He's a fake. He's not a billionaire. What we need is, personally, we need in this country, we need AIPAC out of our governments, and that's a whole nother conversation to get into. But we just need.
Well, I agree. It actually plays into what the video I'm about to play. Matter of fact, so that's a good segue. Let me go ahead and play it real quick.
For Trump. I've got no respect for Trump whatsoever, and we need AIPAC out of here. I've spoken as an American, sir. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, let me play this, and you'll see it on. This guy's name is Shlomo. He's from Israeli Intelligence Unit 8200. If you're not familiar with that, we'll talk about it here in a minute, but
Joining us
listen.
here at Post 9, founder and CEO of Cato Network, Shlomo Kramer, also one of the founders of Checkpoint, another big cyber company. Shlomo, it's great to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How is AI, cyber warfare, shaping geopolitics right now?
So AI is going to revolutionize cyber warfare, is revolutionize cyber warfare from critical infrastructure to the fabric of society and politics, and undermining it, giving unfair advantage to authoritarian governments against democratic countries. First Amendment type of...
That's already happening?
That's already happening. You're seeing the polarization in countries that allow for the First Amendment and protect it, which is great. And I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online, and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government.
The government should
control the social media.
Yeah, should do that. And we need to educate people against lies, and government need to develop cyber defense programs that are as sophisticated as the cyber attack. Today it's a 1 to 100 ratio.
So basically, they want the government to take over all of these social media platforms so that they can control what's being said, and then surveil you, which is what essentially Unit 8200 does. They will do shit like, and they've been doing this to Palestinians for a long time now. They monitor text messages, phone calls, like every phone call gets recorded. It gets, intercepted, every text message. And so when they find information that may be, compromising to a person, they'll use it to, blackmail certain people. They did this to a guy. I can't remember the guy's name, but the guy that ended up with his head missing is a guy named Ayash, Yahya Ayash. This was back in the 90s. They actually got, through this interception of phone conversations, they blackmailed him to give this phone to his cousin or something. It was a family member, I believe. His cell phone. So he hands his cell phone to his cousin, puts it up to his head, just, head's gone, blows him up. And so this is what they've been doing. And this is what the Shlomo guy is doing. And now they're really ingratiated into the U.S. Intelligence, and we're taking our cues from these people. And a lot of these AI companies are bankrolled by these intelligence agencies over in Israel. It's almost like, what they did in Hebron, the surveillance and stuff that they did there was like an experiment to see how well it would work, what they could do with it. And then they started bringing that over here. They called it smart cities. I don't know if you've ever heard that term, but that's the term they were starting to use to just surveil everybody and everything. And like, is anybody in favor of this? Should we be monitored to protect ourselves from ourselves? What do you guys think?
Anything, in my opinion, in my view, in all the research I've seen, all the above, anything that has any political power with Israel is a threat to our nation. And
okay, that guy's going off on a tangent. I think that it's nice to have the protection, but like the thing is, if we're going to restrict our government from accessing this personal information, then we need to limit corporations from doing the same thing too. It's not, I think, a fair, not fair argument. It's just like, it's not a full application of the belief if you are just restricting the government. And I'm sure everybody wants corporations to not have access to this information too, but that would kind of be my thing to that. Like, we need to make sure that if we're going to really value our personal privacy and information, then we need to, show it in our legislation. And so I agree that the surveillance state of the United States shows potential for a problem, but it also can help things too. Like, I don't know, it's complicated.
This is our nation. We don't need the Israeli. We don't need.
What are you talking about, bro?
Well,
Oh,
so Shlomo he was an Israeli. Well, I guess currently still is an Israeli. And he worked for the Israeli unit. It's called Unit 8200. It's kind of their NSA, right? It's their version of our NSA. And he, that's where he learned all this stuff. And then he goes on to create these tech companies that then do this. And now you're starting to see all of these other, social media platforms and AI tech companies coming forward with this surveillance shit. I mean, it's going to be so ingrained in everything. They're going to be monitoring it. And a lot of this was born right there from that Unit 8200, using the same shit that that they've been doing for decades now. So, and that's the reason why Habib is bringing this up, because they're like the forerunners for this stuff. Israel is.
yeah. You don't see that, Robert. That's what I'm trying to point out. Is that you
There,
don't even
Israel
know
is
what's going on.
pushing the United States to surveil its citizens.
Israel is infused in this government. They're running it, dude. Donald Trump
Running
is a
it.
puppet. Yeah, they're running our government.
Do you know who spends more money in American politics than Israel?
Israel is the one that
A lot
I'm
of
not gonna argue
lobbies.
with you, dude.
Dude,
Who's AIPAC? Who's AIPAC?
You're so convinced. Why don't you want to discuss it?
Who's AIPAC?
American and Israel lobby? I don't like.
I know.
Like that.
I know who
Yeah,
they are.
well, it's not even like AIPAC is just a tiny drop in the bucket to what these people do. I have a video, and I'll look it up. It'll take me a minute, but the mayor of New York went to Israel and told them with his yarmulke on that he served them as mayor. They are extremely ingratiated into this country. They're the only country on earth in the United States, including the United States, that doesn't allow people to work for the state if they work for or are associated with a company that boycotts Israel. You've heard of the anti-BDS laws, right?
No, I'm not actually.
Yeah, basically every state in the country now, it used to be like 38, but it's since grown. You're not allowed to work for the state and to be a part of a company that boycotts Israel.
Since lobbyists were brought up, why isn't AIPAC registered as a foreign lobby? They are a foreign lobby.
Well,
I think the claim is that they're an American Israeli, so no, they're not foreign.
Are you sure about that? Are you serious?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, whatever. That's just the argument. You're saying that they have loyalty to Israel over the United States?
Well, of course they do.
They shouldn't.
Why do you say of course? Is it that's so obvious?
Because AIPAC, when they meet with the leaders of Israel to get their cues,
Thank you.
to push what they want. So they and then they come over here and lobby the things that Israel's government just told them to do. In the last time, because it used to be called something else. It was like American Zionist Council or something like that. Whenever JFK tried to get them to register as a foreign agent, we all know what happened to him. Guess who filmed it? Guess who filmed him being unalived?
Who?
Zapruder.
The difference is like
and
this.
Guess where he was from?
The Teamsters have a lobby, but they represent Teamsters, which are American workers.
Guys, I don't know if you guys, I know even if I say this, you're not going to believe me, but people are allowed to be pro-Israel, and that doesn't mean that we're controlled by Israel. And the politicians who do the advocacy or who work with Israel, those people are elected by people who support that. And it's obvious that our relationships with countries are important in our larger kind of geopolitical strategy to maintain our American hegemony. So it's not a conspiracy to be pro-Israel. You know what I'm saying?
Real quick.
There are other
Real quick. Hold on. It says Habib's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unavailable. I have to remove you, Habib. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. He got his own guest violation warning. Guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. You got to be careful in how you say what you say. Because, again, like what Shlomo was talking about, they already did it to TikTok. TikTok got bought by the same people we're talking about, Robert.
You mean Larry E?
Yeah.
So what do they have, like AI bots that come in here and listen to the lives and make sure, like, listen for keywords
Yes,
or something like that? Is that okay?
yes.
Yeah,
No.
their
It's
system
24.
listens to everything. Yeah,
It's not come in here. It's 24/7.
right.
It's part.
Yeah, their system it hears and translates and knows what you're saying in the moment that you, and they can alter these things, right? They can if
They
you
change the
use these
filters.
right. And so at once, this Oracle thing came to be, the violations started coming. I mean, insanely. But you go to Canada's TikTok, you can say any fucking thing. You can say all kinds of atrocious shit, even the most hateful shit, and never get a violation. Right here in America, you start talking about this topic without being very careful and using coded language.
Does Larry Ellison own TikTok, or is that what they
Don't
wanted?
don't use his full fucking name, Larry E, or just call him. I don't know what the fuck.
Is that a trigger word? I'm guessing.
Probably. I mean, who knows what all they are? But yeah, you can't talk about that stuff without.
Does Larry own it or no?
Partially, yes.
So that officially did happen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Oracle.
That's the only reason why this is still on right now. Otherwise, it would have been taken down.
Okay. I did not realize that was final.
Yeah, it was finalized in like July, they said, and then you didn't hear anything else about it. And then recently they came out and told everybody that they basically parceled it out where 15% goes to this place and 15% goes to this place. That's all bullshit. It's, we know who's controlling it now because I've watched the, progression of misinformation violations coming, and it's gotten worse since that happened. Yeah, it's getting really bad.
Liberal, when you drop, doesn't the violation go away?
It depends. Sometimes they will, for example, I've already gotten 3 10-minute violations. That's why my numbers are so low. I should have restarted many times, but it's stupid. Yeah, because they'll literally suppress your shit. They'll just not push you out to the FYP, or they'll give you,
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
And that's why, that's what I'm saying. Like the year of surveillance, like it's starting, like it's here. And this dude Shlomo this was on the 29th of December, comes out and they're just not even trying to hide it anymore. There's like, we need to take over all the platforms and control what people say. That's what he said. Crazy.
Yeah, so it's kind of odd. Just this morning, I was watching a video, and I wished I would have saved it or shared it, but I was doing something and I missed it. But it was this guy talking about where people like Zuckerberg and other individuals gain their information to start these platforms, and it all come from military surveillance operations. Yeah. And I mean, I was kind of skeptical at first, which I wasn't. I was just paying attention. You know what I mean? I wasn't denying what he was saying. I was just kind of paying attention to what the guy had to say. And then he made one very good point, and that was, okay, if the military or the government come up and said, hey, listen, we got these platforms and we want everybody to gather up on it and share your thoughts and beliefs and this and that and the other, none of us would ever do it. But if Zuckerberg says, hey, I need you to come to this platform and y'all can have a good time and y'all can link up with your friends and all this stuff, knowing good and well that we're going to talk politics. That is an American,
right?
That's just American thing, right? So, yep. I mean, yeah, and that I'm going to try to find the video again, and I really want to research this guy because I think that he's very much on to something.
Well, I mean, think about it, because it was the Department of Defense that created the internet, and then they gave it out for free. They opened it up and said, "Here we go, everybody!" And you can trace it all the way back to the beginning, and you can come up with a conspiracy that says they did it on purpose in order to surveil everybody, and that was the goal. You could say that, and you wouldn't be too crazy
to improve military communication. Now,
That's what. Yes, that's what it was for, essentially. Communication. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not surveillance. It's
No. I'm saying that their reasoning for not keeping this under wraps, the Department of Defense, and instead opening it up to everybody, could have been for the purpose of surveillance eventually. You see what I'm saying? Yeah,
Well, it
look,
was.
I can't say that that's
I would
for
say it's
sure.
more for, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'd
Like,
say
that's for sure
economic
why. But
stimulation as well. I mean, obviously, our society
Sure.
made some pretty measurable gains in some categories because of the invention of the internet.
So,
You know,
yeah, and I think that it was Robert that had brought up J6 earlier, right? And
yes.
okay, so in some of the prosecution of these people, right? It was encrypted sites like Telegram and other places that the government infiltrated, not while they were having these conversations, right? But they infiltrated after the conversations were had, gained this information and used it against them. So there's surveillance. First of all, I've got a little bit of information. First of all, everybody is like, well, we can use an encrypted site, this, that, and the other. Guys, we've got surveillance. Our military has got surveillance. They can read your tag number from outer space. You're not hiding from anybody.
I mean, that's true.
You're not.
That's true.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I mean, I don't. The fact that we have that ability, right? Like, I understand that, but I want to be able to have private conversations. I want to be able to have private conversations with people, and fuck anybody that thinks they have a right to hear what I say to my wife, or to my concubine if I had one. That's my fucking business.
That's right.
I mean, and I say that, by the way, my wife is literally in the same room. So if you're going to go out and be like, oh my God, did you hear what Liberal said? He's cheating on his wife.
Yeah.
and which would happen? These fuckers.
Back whenever like the bag phones and stuff started coming about, and it was crazy because these handheld scanners, police scanners, right? You couldn't hear both sides of the conversation, but there were certain codes that you could put in and you could pick up people's conversations. It was a one-sided conversation. It is. And I mean, I was working on the road at the time, and that was part of our enjoyment, just driving down the road with these scanners and listening to people bullcrap and talk nonsense to other people, right? I mean, nobody was trying to cause anybody any harm, and it's perfectly legal. And if they allow us that kind of infiltration, into each other's lives, what do you think they've got?
Oh yeah, no, it's goes far beyond that. I mean, I think every text message and phone call is already kind of fucking borked, because I've noticed over the years, at some point it was like, you can't really say that in the conversation, something you might want to say, and you're like, well, the FBI might be listening. And that right there is kind of the point. It stifles free speech.
Exactly.
Stifles the exchange of ideas and dissent, which is, these people that think that they have a right to all of that information. Like, real quick, guys, I'm going to go ahead and restart the live. So if you guys want to come back, just go to my profile and hit refresh, because I've been dinged so many times. They're just not going to push my shit out. So let me restart and see if that helps. I don't know if it will, but I don't normally do this, but it's kind of ridiculous right now. So I'll just restart. You guys just come back if you want. All right, peace. And to those on YouTube, I am still here, but I am restarting down to fucking 30 people from well over 100. Once you start getting dinged, it gets fucked. Go live. Here we go. What's up, guys? All right, let's do it again. We're going to try it again. I see one viewer on YouTube. Hello, viewer on YouTube. No comments? Okay. Checking the comments on YouTube. What's up? What's up? All right, so we're back. We just restarted. I mean, honestly, may just have to just stop TikTok and go to fucking the tube or something. Of course, they'll get that eventually too. There's a big, huge push for this stuff. They want to control everybody and everything, and then I don't get it. I also don't get why people are okay with it. That really blows my mind. Welcome back, guys. I just did a restart after multiple misinformation violations. TikTok, does what TikTok does. Shadow banning and whatnot. So we're just going to get started. Jump in. Let's start hitting that like button. Start tapping the screen. Share it out to your peoples. Especially MAGA. I'd like to hear from some more MAGA. And thanks for coming back if you came back. I appreciate it, guys. TikTok is on one today. Hell, the other day I had like 6 or 7 people that I had to drop for misinformation. I mean, you start speaking facts and they're like, that's misinformation. Crazy. Fucking nuts. My mind, what's up? Okay. What is it about when you first start, all the crazies like come out and start coming up? I guess they just like, it's a bunch of kids sitting around like wanting to troll people. Kind of nutso. Thank you, Ally, or Allie. Anyway, thank you for the share. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's pretty nutty. Right after you restart, everybody in there, all the crazies show up. Oh God, this is somebody named Whitey. What's up, Whitey?
What's up, brother?
You're 9. What happened to Whitey 8 and 7? Did 7, 8,
my
9?
favorite number is 9.
Your favorite number is 9. Why is your favorite number 9? Just curious.
When I played hockey when I was younger, that was the only number left, and I just stuck with it.
Nice. Anyway, so what's up? Were you watching the show prior to? Because I just restarted after several violations. If you talk about the iNation, TikTok don't like it.
Oh.
So what brings you up?
I mean, I think that
What brings you up, Whitey?
I don't know if you could still hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I think that it's a little bit ironic that you're proclaiming to be a liberal, and then you're upset about surveillance.
How is that ironic?
Well, isn't like the left more open to government control and government power with higher taxes, more social subsidies, and interference?
No.
Why do you say no?
Because what you just said isn't true.
Well, who passed Medicare and Social Security and SNAP benefits and all the other social subsidies?
Well, I'm talking about your talk about government wanting to control. Because you said the prompt was ironic, and then you started talking about Medicare, but this doesn't have anything to do with Medicare or Medicaid. So when I said I was talking about.
When I say that, I mean the government controls the allocation of its tax income.
Okay.
And you can vote for politicians, but in the end, this is a republic. It's not necessarily a democracy where you get to vote every single bill that gets passed through or not. I mean, that's up to the politicians that you voted in.
Well, you're conflating direct democracy with another kind of democracy. Republic is a representative democracy.
Yeah, but I also don't think it's a true democracy in the sense that the people get to say what exact legislation gets passed. So I mean, you can vote in the representatives
because we're a republic. We're a republic.
May I address that?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, we're a republic. So your contention, though, when you came up here, was that my prompt was ironic, You think that liberals want surveillance. Is
think
that true?
I think that liberals advocate for more government control and interference, meaning higher tax. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No.
When you say tax the rich, who gets the money from the taxation?
Well, it's a return on the investment.
Well, the investment gets returned to the government.
Well, the people.
To the people. To the people. It gets.
You
It's
hope,
a.
you hope that it
No, no,
goes
no.
to the people.
So-
Correct.
I think
Okay.
it's
We
a fundamental.
say that it goes to the people, but we know through history.
Okay. Why are multiple
the
people
allocation
talking right
goes
now?
to everywhere else but the people.
I
Yeah,
think it's a fundamental.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I don't want to compete with other people. I'm talking to this man. You guys can request back up, and I'll bring you up here in a second. So, Whitey, you're trying to conflate two completely and totally separate issues, right? The surveillance is what you pointed out, and then you went into like taxation and what have you, right? We pay taxes. I pay taxes. I expect a return on my investment, right? That's an investment that I'm making into this country.
Right. I understand.
Right. So that when you pay into Medicaid or whatever and Social Security, that's a direct tax, right? And so you get a return on that. That's something that you're investing into.
I understand. I completely understand. But
so
when we give the government more power, then they'll have more control. It's a two-way street.
That is true to a degree. Yes. I understand what you're saying. And that if you make everybody reliant on the government, then the government has a lot of power over you. Right? Yes, I understand that. But that has nothing to do with surveillance.
Well, I think it does, because the more control they have, the more they're able to surveil. And the more they're able to control what exactly gets allocated to who and what people are doing within those economic classes. I think that the more power we give them, the more control hungry they get, and because it just keeps continuously feeding their own pockets. And I think we've seen on both the left and the right that these politicians take full advantage of the place that they sit in, and they take money from lobbyists, and they illegally and create fraudulent systems that only help the people that are in their circle. And it's not just the left, it's the right, and it's a bipartisan thing. So I think that the most important thing that we should all be advocating is for less government control and a lower tax dollar or tax percentage that gets taken out of our income and our property and everything in our sales. Everything that we do in this country is taxed. I mean, for every dollar, the government makes four.
I still don't understand how you're conflating taxation with surveillance.
Because it all goes full circle.
Again, your initial comment was that it's ironic for my prompt when I call myself a liberal, because liberals are the ones that will want to surveil you. And then you start talking about Medicaid, Medicare, and taxes.
Well, what? I think liberals are the ones that want to control speech. They want to control what the general populace, the media.
No, that's not true.
Well, I think that there's control on both sides. I just think that the left is more likely to pass legislation that is more controlling.
That might make sense, but would you say that Donald Trump is a Republican? Is that true?
I think he's a very unconventional Republican. I think that
and he surrounded himself. He surrounded himself with a bunch of technocratic billionaires who are pushing AI surveillance. And he is now cozied up completely with Israel, who is also pushing this AI surveillance that they've been doing in, for example, the West Bank for decades now. Liberals aren't doing that.
Well, I think that it's bipartisan. I don't think it's just Republicans that are doing it. And I think that the tech people are smart and they're a little bit nefarious. No matter what administration is in control, they play to that administration. I think when Biden and his administration was under control, Zuckerberg was a puppet for him, and now he's a puppet for Trump. I think they know that their P&L is directly correlated to their relationship with big politicians.
Then explain to me why you singled out liberals when now you're stating, since I've rebutted you, now you're stating it's both sides.
Well, I think that liberals are just more privy.
Yet a Republican president is in office right now doing the thing that I'm talking about.
Okay, like for
now.
example, like tariffs are probably the least capitalistic thing that this administration has imposed, right? It's a socialist ideology, or it's a socialist implementation to the economy, right? Because you're taxing other countries, you're tariffing the imports and exports, which is basically just a tax, right?
Okay.
So that's why I say it's both. Because if you're a true capitalist and you're a true
Donald Trump, a conservative, did that,
right? And I would say that
not liberals.
I agree, but
he also took over
also came from
control of private companies.
Well, the idea comes from countries like Bermuda that are very socialist, and they make majority of their GDP comes from tariffs. So I think that it's a socialist ideology, and it's a left thing to do. And I think that you do have a lot of Republicans that are advocating for tariffs because of the whole manufacturing and industrialization.
Okay, hold on.
What?
Wait, you're saying that tariffs are a socialist ideology?
Well, it's a socialist implementation. I mean,
okay. Let's pull on that thread a little bit. Let's go back to the Gilded Age, shall we?
Yeah.
The Gilded Age
what do you
was
mean by Gilded Age? I'm sorry.
Back when the oligarchs ran everything. Back when the robber barons took over. Well, it's a different sect. This is Gilded Age 2.0, sure.
Okay.
But what was the response to that? The thing that you claim is the socialist policy, because they did literally the same thing with tariffs. They increased tariffs on everything, leading right into the Great Depression. And how did we fix it? FDR.
Globalism.
FDR came in and did what?
I don't know. I don't know what you're looking for.
Socialist type policies, would you say, like food stamps, minimum wage, things like that?
We implement more socialist policies.
So he rebutted a socialist policy that was put in place by a conservative by implementing socialist policies. And now we have a conservative pushing the same conservative ideology that they pushed prior to the Great Depression, and you're still claiming with a straight face that tariffs are socialism?
Well, I don't think it has to do with the people who are pushing the policies and which side they're on. I think it has to do with the macroeconomic effect, which would be a socialist structure. I think you're too caught up on who executed what. I think it has.
Hold on. Okay, so now you're being disingenuous, because you literally, the first thing out of your mouth was, it's ironic you call yourself a liberal with your prompt the way that it is, because liberals, and then the moment I rebutted you, then you started playing both sidesism. You don't get to do one when it's convenient, and then criticize me for calling out a conservative ideology.
It's not conservative to tax people.
No, the conservative ideology is, and this is true, is to tariff people instead of doing income tax. That's conservative ideology,
that's
not
the
liberal
point.
ideology.
That is not what the exact, like what we want tariffs to implement. Why we want tariffs to be implemented is not to remove that tax. It's to incentivize manufacturing to come back to onshore, So I think that the end incentive is to build the industrialization of America back to what it used to be. But I think that in doing so, it's a socialist implementation. Like, I don't think that incentivizing, business with taxing other countries is the best way to go about it, but I think it's very effective. So I think that's why that they incorporate it that way. But from the beginning, I did say that it's bipartisan, that it happens on both sides.
So read this headline for me. Can you read that out loud for me, please?
Trump thinks tariff revenue could replace individual income taxes.
Okay, now what did you just say a second ago? That they're not trying to do that? That he doesn't want to do
I don't
that?
think
Isn't that what you
that's
said?
Yes, I stand by my point. I don't think that that's the purpose of why the tariffs are implemented to begin with.
It is a conservative ideology, was my point, to do that.
I
And
believe that
liberals
conservatives
said-
have been advocating for that because they want the end goal to be different, but it is a socialist structure.
It's not a
Understand?
socialist structure.
What is socialism?
It is where the means of production is run by the people.
Okay. Okay. On a little bit more in-depth analysis of socialism, it's where the government decides how much the people are taxed and where that distribution of wealth goes. Okay. And we know in our own economic structure, or our own political structure, that both the Democrats and Republicans don't actually represent where we want our tax dollar allocation to go on both sides. Like you talked about Israel. And I would say that even in my opinion, I don't think Ukraine should have the amount of allocation that they get. And I don't think that who is the South American country that just got billions of dollars that Trump sent? I think that's
What does
all,
this have to do with what you were saying just a second ago?
because I don't think it's good for our economy. And I don't think these socialist policies are beneficial to our GDP or debt to GDP ratio.
Will you give me your definition of socialism, please, so that I know where you're coming from? Because I think you're just missing. You
socialism
don't
is-
understand that word.
I believe, that, in my opinion, the way socialism is implemented with the most successful socialist countries is where the government controls where majority of the tax dollar allocation is going, and they control exactly how much people are taxed without it being up to the public. So the public can't say, we want to lower taxes, or their representatives can say that they want to lower taxes, and then they never do.
I asked you for a definition of socialism, and you gave me a salad with words in it.
Okay.
What is your definition of socialism,
Yeah,
please? I mean, well, how do you define socialism?
It's where the government controls the wealth distribution in the country instead of allowing for a free market. That's just what it is.
No.
What is
That's
it?
not what
then?
it is. It's where the means of production is owned by the people. Collective ownership
Yeah,
of
that
of
sounds
everything.
great, but that's not what it actually is.
No, that's what it is. It's literally what it is, man.
But that's what capitalism is, where the people
No.
control the means of production, where the private enterprises control the means of production.
No, where the collective owns the means of production. So not
What do you mean by the collective?
meaning
Who-
one
who is the
person,
collective?
meaning one person isn't owning all of this stuff, because capitalism, for example, requires exploitation of somebody's labor. In order for capitalism to function properly, it has to pay you less than the value that you put in. So you spend 8 hours a day. In order for that company to make money off of you, it has to pay you
Yeah,
less
but the
than
value-
what you brought to that company. So essentially,
Okay.
they're
No,
using and
that's not
exploiting
true.
you for their own gain to do something that you could have collectively done with a bunch of other people anyway.
No,
Co-ops is a great example of what socialism is.
Your
Co-ops.
value. Who determines what your value is? Your inputs. Who determines your input value?
No. You have to.
No. In a
Okay.
socialist market, who determines
Let's-
the input value?
Okay, this isn't going to work out for you. Let me explain to you why.
Okay.
If I'm a fry cook, right? All I do all day is cook fries. And I sell these fries and people will pay $2.50 for these fries, right? So every time I make a fry, it's $2.50.
Right.
That means the labor that you put in for that, minus the cost of whatever, of the grease or
Yeah.
whatever. We'll just remove all of that cost.
Minus expenses.
Is
I get it.
$2.50 for each order of French fries to you, the person that actually made it, correct? That would be what the
that sounds like
value
you're
of your
You're
labor.
making a commission off of each fry that you sell.
I mean, essentially, you could look at it that way.
to
It's
me
just an example,
that to me
right?
is perfect capitalism.
But in order
Yeah.
hold on. But you
Yeah.
see, you're not working for yourself here. You're
Okay.
working for a company. So in order for the company itself to make money, they're not going to pay you the exact amount of money that you earned from the value of making that French fry. They're going to pay you, $1.25.
Right, because they have their own expenses that they need to they need to pay their overhead.
And see, that's where the difference between socialism and capitalism comes from, is when socialism produces something, when the collective produces something, everybody is essentially paid 100% of what their labor brought, minus whatever the collective expenses are.
Yeah, but then
versus capitalism, where
in that sense, there's no private entity that owns the businesses. It would be the government that is in charge of the restaurants and the retail and all the other commercial assets that we're privy to.
So so look up co-op, a worker co-op.
I understand what a co-op is.
Yeah, so then, I mean, effectively, it's the same deal where they get, at the end of the year, they get to determine and vote on what happens to the profit that the business earned. They can either give it to themselves as bonuses, they can put it back into the business if they want to. That's more collective ownership, where all of the work that you do is compensated back to you in some way, shape, or form, versus capitalism, where somebody else extracts money from your labor.
I understand what you mean by extracting, but I think that your value in a capitalist society is based off of the services or the products that you can provide within a marketplace. So if your intelligence is lacking and you're a younger person and you haven't been in business for a while, and the only capabilities that you have are putting fries in a fryer, then your value should be determined based off of what the market's willing to pay for your services. It shouldn't be every fry you sell is a commission and then you make a percentage off of what the actual sale is. I mean, that's great. That's what true capitalism is. But I also think that if you allow for capitalism to fully take over, then the people would only be valued based off of their inputs to the system, not so much off of like you need to think about all the things that go into a restaurant behind the scenes.
Sure.
Like, for example, the startup cost and all the hiring, the HR, like that, people need to get paid for those services. And how are you going to determine how much percent they get over the person who puts the fries in the bag?
What risk are they taking?
It's everybody but you see, everybody has a role. Now, I brought Sanguine in because Sanguine, I believe you're a communist, right?
Yes.
Yes. So I brought you up because, since we're talking about socialism, communism, you might be better able to explain to Whitey exactly like the differences, because you're in capitalism. Somebody else isn't doing the work. You're doing the work. They just operate this thing,
that's a
and they extract money.
I think
they extract
because they're not physically doing the manual labor doesn't mean that their intelligence has worked.
They have no intelligence. All they're doing is going to the bank and collecting a check off the labor you done.
Intelligence comes with the hiring process, the business negotiations, where you're sourcing your food, what you're marketing to your customers.
Anybody can do logistics. Anybody can go and talk to people to service or market.
Not everybody can do those things. That's why they're valued more.
So you think
that they can, but if someone negotiates a bad contract, their business is liable to eventually lose and go bankrupt. So I think that it takes a certain skill.
That's on them. That's on the person making a bad decision.
Exactly. That's capitalism. So if it wasn't,
that's not capitalism.
Yes. If you don't do well and you don't run your numbers correctly and you hire poorly and your business functions poorly and those are the burdens that you have to take as the owner.
The burdens?
You'll go bankrupt and all that investment will fail. So if
Whitey,
listen to me. If the consequences,
Whitey, real quick, finish your thought and then let Sensei make a statement.
If their project or the business that they created, if their consequences are much higher than the person who gets hired to put the fries in the bag, then their reward should be much higher as well. So I think that because they're taking on such a large burden and such a big stressor, even though they're not doing the actual manual labor, doesn't mean that they're not taking on a super stressful burden. And if that is the case, then it is stressful, because if you ever owned or operated a business, it's very complicated and there's a lot of moving parts.
Outsourced and outmaterialized and outpriced by big business. Because
let's Sanguine. Whitey, hold on. Yeah, let Sanguine say what he's going to say, and then you can respond to that. Go ahead, Sanguine.
So the difference between socialism and capitalism is basically what he just explained, like not even 5 minutes ago, that everybody works as a collective within, if it's no matter what, if it's a business, state, collective, it doesn't matter. As long as the collective and greater good is needed. The difference between that and capitalism is one person is exploiting a bunch of people to do labor. And that labor in turn is exploited for profit.
Yeah, I mean, when you say exploited, I don't think it's necessarily accurate. I think that there are a lot of companies that are nefarious and will exploit their workers and underpay them. I totally agree.
That's how capitalism works. That's how it's supposed to work.
It's not, though, because when you take care of your employees,
year after year.
Listen to me. Please listen to me.
No,
when you take
you're
care.
wrong.
Okay. If you're not willing to listen, then there's no point to have a discussion.
You don't even know the basic concept of socialism.
I do understand, because I've ran a business in the United States and I know what it takes to be successful. And what you have to do is you have to treat your employees well. You have to incentivize your employees to want to show up to work and do better. And the way to do that is to pay them more and treat them better.
Well, tell that to Whitey. Tell that to the slaves. Those plantation owners ran a business. Did they treat their workers? I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they don't have to do a motherfucking thing, because if everybody is doing the same shitty exploitative things, you ain't got nowhere to go. You get a job or you don't.
Right. I understand that, and I think that there's a reason we fought in a civil war to kick that out of our country. I think it's a terrible thing.
Why is labor coerced for your survival, though?
And I do believe, I believe you guys are correct. I believe that there are a lot of large corporations that exploit their laborers and don't pay them a fair.
Corporations. It's the theory of capitalism that is won globally, and the idea that you have to exploit someone to make a profit is the issue.
Well, I think that it's a good to have a little
morally
bit of
wrong, or
I think that it's important to have a little bit of a mix
pretty that simple
of socialist implementation, meaning
you don't even know what socialism is. He asked you 3 times to describe it, and you couldn't even describe it.
I did describe it.
Explain it.
It's very complex. It's not just that people control the means of production, because that's not true.
Whitey, let me.
There's a central entity that would control the means of production.
How it works.
Yeah, let me
people don't control.
Let me say something.
That's not how that would work.
Whitey, hold on real quick. Let me just say, I'm not even a communist, right? I'm not even really a socialist. I believe in socialistic policies to prevent capitalism from unaliving itself, because that's what it does when it's unfettered. I believe in that. Sanguine and I disagree all the time. He can attest to this. He and I argue about this stuff all the time. But the point is that, you had a viewpoint of what socialism was, and it was wrong, and you kept attributing things to socialism, but you were attributing it incorrectly. And also, in terms of like the expenses for a business, that is borne by the collective whenever it comes to socialism, for example. So if we need to create the production of steel bars, for example, for whatever it is, we are going to, whatever capital we have available to us, and our capital is our labor, we are going to put our labor forward, and we're going to make the products that we need to mine the steel. We're going to take the steel, we're going to melt it. That's all of our labor.
Okay,
labor does everything. Labor does everything.
I agree with you, but who gets to determine where our capital is
We
allocated?
do. We do. The people get to
Who's
decide.
we? The people?
The
You,
people.
me,
So what
Yes.
both. Everybody
Yes.
on
Okay,
this
what
fucking
if
panel
us
on the
three?
ride.
What if us three have no idea what it takes to facilitate, let's say, a plastic
Then you get people
manufacturing
that know how to
company?
do that and pay them
Exactly.
according to their labor and their
Okay.
time. It's not that fucking hard.
Okay,
It's
but
not that much critical
but
thinking.
you don't understand it. It is difficult.
It's
because-
not that hard to
Listen to me.
understand,
Can you
dog.
please understand something.
I'm not understanding
There
nothing
has
because
to
you don't
be-
understand
there
what
has to be a
socialism
reward
or
for
basic labor.
There has to be.
Folks, can you believe this guy?
Yeah, it's okay. So I can't hear
What
either
would
of
be
you.
stopping me
So
in a
let's-
socialist
Let
society?
me do this.
from
Let-
doing the
let me
most
do this.
bare minimum and getting paid the same as everyone else? What would be stopping me? Why would
Labor's
what would
labor.
be the incentive to go through 12 years of schooling and learn a complex industry and then just get paid the same as the guy that's putting the fries in the bag? What is incentivizing any growth and any betterment of a human?
You got to eat. Don't you have to eat?
I have to eat, but I could eat by putting the fries in the bag.
But
I don't have to
everybody-
go through 12
look.
years of school
I gotta drop those.
and learn such a complex industry like say
Everybody-
manufacturing or engineering or law or healthcare. What is the incentive to do any of that if
Life.
the reward is the same as literally as doing a simple mundane task? It just doesn't make any
Life.
sense.
Living, the ability to eat, the ability to have clean water. That's your incentive.
Yeah, it's a great incentive, and we're
It
there.
is.
We have the clean water. We have all these systems in place, but there needs to be a reward for the people who provide those systems.
Okay, Sanguine, if you will, go ahead, and I'm going to bring in the timer, and don't talk over
think
somebody
he
who
left.
has the timer. Oh, did he leave?
Yeah.
He may have requested backup. Let me see. Well, he may be back. Sometimes he does that. But either way, like the point is that it's two different ways to do the same thing, essentially, because the people can determine, what they're willing to put in. Everybody has a role. So your fry cook is producing the fries. The manager is managing the person. They're both a necessary part, but it's a role with
Let
the
me ask you
same
something.
goal.
Are there more fry cooks or are there more managers at a restaurant?
Well, it depends on what the needs are of the business.
No, just say like a steakhouse that you go to. Are there more cooks or are there more managers?
I mean, I imagine there's more cooks.
Okay, and what position is more important to the restaurant success?
All of them are as equally important. And in fact, I would argue that you don't need a manager necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
If everybody holds everybody else accountable, you don't necessarily need that. You could have
Okay.
somebody that does the
So let me ask you something.
the schedule.
So since there are more cooks in a restaurant, in any given restaurant, then the market would be saturated with more cooks, correct?
If there's more, now say that one more time.
If in any given restaurant the number of cooks is more than the number of managers, then in a market system there would be more cooks within that market than there are managers.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
Okay, and so we know that if I'm the business owner, hiring a good manager is a lot harder than hiring a good cook because the market is more saturated with cooks.
No.
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 Okay. Well, like, see, if you're not gonna recognize reality, then it's really hard to have a true discussion about these problems because what you find the root of the issue of socialism very quick in a market system. And if everything were to be completely socialist, then everyone would need to be putting in the same exact amount of effort in their task or in their job. And
I'm
we
not
just
a
know that's not the
socialist.
case.
For the
It's just not
record, I want to make that clear.
That'll never be the case because there's people who leech off of us. There's people that provide no inputs to our economy, and there's people that do extraordinary things and build industries and develop extraordinary products and services that we all benefit from. And those people need to be rewarded accordingly.
Yeah, in
Okay.
some of the greatest innovations that we have in this country and across the world was actually paid for by the collective.
Of course it is, because the collective utilizes it.
Can I speak?
Who's that?
Sensei.
Sensei, sure, go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we need to recognize, this is a system we have from a holistic perspective, and it's odd to me that we just lived through C-19, and who were the essential workers? Everybody at the bottom, right?
That's right.
They are this. He's pushing this narrative that hey, we need these people.
Well, that's not true because, like, for example, the
He's got a
essential workers.
Whitey, he's got a timer. Yeah, I'm bringing in the timers. Go ahead, Sensei. Finish your point.
Thank you. I mean, just like capitalism, socialism has evolved. In the 21st century, socialism, my perspective, is the worker co-op. It's a form of self-governance. Because guess what? Even that manager or the CEO, we're going to vote on his pay. And we're not going to sit. Obviously, we want the best manager or CEO as possible, but he or she will be paid more than I would, being if I worked on the factory floor. And that's the huge difference you're not even considering. Well, nobody said the CEO is going to be paid the same as the janitor in the corporation. Nobody said that. You did. And that's your false
That's what
assumption to
socialism
begin.
and communism
No,
is.
oh my God! I just got whatever.
No, am I wrong?
Now, what did
Am
you
I
say?
wrong or am I right?
No, you're wrong.
What did he say?
He said that's what communism and socialism is. This whole equal issue. No, socialism is the worker owning the means of production.
I
Go look it up.
understand.
Oh, no, you don't understand.
I do understand what.
If you understand that concept, you wouldn't have said what you said about equality.
Okay.
I completely understand where you're coming from, and it's from a moral perspective or from an ethical perspective, and you're not looking at the complexity of a market system, then yes, that makes the most sense. Everyone should have a piece of the pie, not just the people at the top. And my slice should be the same as the CEO or the manager. I completely understand that, and it makes sense if you don't look at the complexity of how systems run. But when you actually own or operate a business, you're taking on much larger responsibility, so your reward should be much larger. And I think that's perfectly okay. I think that some people are okay with doing a mundane task and being a line worker and on an assembly machine. And I think that they're not thinking of all, or they don't have the burden of all the moving parts that a manager or a CEO would be facing. I think that the intellectual capacity it takes is much greater, and therefore they should be rewarded. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Okay, so look, a corporation isn't like a hierarchy of value, right? It's a hierarchy of function. So the CEO may have a bird's eye view of everything going on, right? And so his function is different, but his value isn't necessarily different. You're attributing value to somebody that doesn't necessarily have that.
I'm attributing value to function.
He's right.
Yeah.
He serves a role. Yeah. It's the same role because that CEO can't sell a single French fry without a fucking fry cook. Right. Or
absolutely.
A robot to do it.
But
and
we would all agree that
symbiotic.
Becoming a fry cook is a lot more simple than becoming a CEO. Therefore, that the turnover rate, the attrition rate of fry cooks may be 10 times larger.
You can be a CEO of a company and have no training. You don't have to have a degree.
I agree. I think it takes a certain type of person to become a CEO. I don't think it has to do with training or education.
And
I agree.
just like the doctor, right? When you look at the military, for example, everybody has a role, right?
Right.
Right. You're the combat medic. Well, they may not be pew-pewing people. They're in there making sure that the people can continue to pew-pew.
Right.
They have a function within the military that is as important as the rest. Just because there's
but I would
more
stress
of
that
one
those
thing
combat medics,
than another.
because there's so few of them, they're more important. Their function is more important to the greater good. I would say that there's less of them. They're not abundant. Okay, to become a combat medic takes an incredible amount of education and a lot of experience, like as a co-op or doing those things. It requires more time and effort. So I think that what you get back should be reflective of that time and effort.
To do a different role, to serve a different function.
Right.
It doesn't make that function more valuable than another inherently. We give it value because we give it more value.
Yes. Yeah. If you take it yourself out and you look at the larger picture, every single function has an extreme amount of value. It's just if that function is actually, worth paying, because is it that difficult to facilitate? I think that's the issue.
Sure. I mean, look, some roles may be harder. Digging a ditch, for example, is a lot harder than cooking fries. but they may actually get paid the same damned amount.
Well, like that's
you
a
know?
great point. Do you think the people who built the construction of that restaurant should be paid more than someone who is just working within that restaurant, folding towels or filling up people's waters?
Both positions aren't necessarily skilled, right? Yet they serve the same function. Like without one, you can't have the other.
I totally agree with you. I think that one position is more replaceable and more saturated, and therefore that it should be paid like that.
But that's because you need more of them to do the function that those people are doing.
Right.
In order to have a large group of pew-pewers, you need a large group of pew-pewers, right? But that's just the function of that role calls for more of them. It doesn't mean that they're less valuable individually.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now I think we're maybe getting on the same track. Now, let me get to Ask the Mechanic. Thank you for being patient and coming back, guys. I appreciate it. Mechanic, go ahead.
Thank you. I listen a lot to people that would normally be called experts. I think one of them you might be familiar with, and that's Richard Wolff.
I love Richard Wolff.
Yeah, he's pretty
Here's
great.
another Wolff response.
Yes, indeed. And what I remember him saying about the cooperative idea is that it puts the levers of production into the hands of those who are doing the production. And that seems to me a much more democratic system than having a CEO who is sitting comfortably someplace and just reaping the benefits of the labor of everyone else. I don't see that as being, that's essentially an oligarchy, and that's what we are living in.
I understand.
And so I would also draw a parallel with a caveat, but I do want to put a parallel between a true democracy and capitalism and the oligarchy and how they impact one another. And as it stands now, our democracy is failed utterly. And that's not me saying that. That's according to a study at Princeton University from 2012 called, let's see if I remember the name of it.
It has failed in the sense that the people don't have power anymore?
Yes, it's failed in that the only people who have the benefit of a democratic government are those special interest groups and the extremely rich, because their opinions
matter more.
Well, they impact legislation, and that
I agree. I totally agree.
And that was demonstrated by this study, and it was a very comprehensive study over 20 years.
So it's like if you want to make a difference, first you have to obtain $100 million or $100 billion, and then you'll make a big difference.
For example, or be a part of a special interest group. So yeah, thanks for that.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that there is a fine line where you have to start regulating, but I think that you should incentivize a free market within those regulations. Like if we were to, like Apple has a monopoly on iPhones, I think it wouldn't hurt to maybe create larger regulations on Apple or higher taxes on Apple as a corporation. But I think that when doing so, it can be a double-edged sword, because now we'll have a lot of workers will get fired because the corporations will look to cut costs. And I think that if we implement more taxes and more regulatory policies on these larger corporations, it can have an effect on everyone too, because a lot of the time it's not so just black and white, where you tax a corporation and the money gets reallocated back into your pockets. And I think that's where the democracy has failed us, because we vote for these policies, and like a lot of these socialist policies, they seem like on the outside that they'll have a positive effect for the general populace. But when they're implemented, it seems that there's a lot of fraud and a lot of misful allocation. I think that it's a human nature. It's inherent for people to get greedy and to take a larger, sum than it's deserving.
Sure.
Which happens far too often. Also, it's like we know that there are bad people that will do greedy shit to gain more for themselves than they deserve, right? We know people are going to do that. And that's when you put in regulations to prevent it. For example, when our tax rate was at the top marginal tax rate was like 90%, that was to say, look, if you're going to pay this person, $2.5 million and above, we're going to tax that money above the $2.5 million at a rate of 90%.
Right.
It disincentivizes that level of extraction of wealth from a business, and then it makes the business work better because they can keep that money instead of, having to compete with other companies whose CEOs may be more psychopathic and I'll cut these jobs just because I fucking want to make this quarter look better, even though it's going to fuck everybody's life up. Right. By putting the government in there and saying you can't do that. Now everybody's on an even playing field and they don't have to compete with who can give the most money to the one person that's the psychopath. Right. It's like a little padlock. It keeps honest people honest, right?
Right.
I don't know. So let me get around. We've got Redneck Reefer. Thank you for being patient. Go ahead, man. Jump in there.
Well, I mean, I was just listening. I guess I kind of am on the same side as Whitey for the most part. I guess my biggest question would be to you guys that sounds like you're in support of socialism. Would be, do you think that if we woke up tomorrow and America was 100% socialist, that it would succeed?
No.
I'd like to weigh in on that if I could.
I'm not a socialist, for the record. Now, you do have, Redneck, you do have 40 seconds. Do you want to just leave that question open for everybody?
I guess.
Or did you want to say more?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand where your thoughts are on it, because I do understand that we have socialist type programs and things in America. I'm just curious to what extent the panel's thoughts are.
Yeah, so I'm not a socialist, right? I agree with Whitey to the degree of there being incentive, right? That incentive, a little extra incentive. But I disagree with unfettered capitalism because we see what it does. We see the kind of shit that because they'll get the bag for themselves and fuck everybody else, and everybody else gets screwed. And you end up with poison in your food, poison in your water, poison in the earth, poison in the air. Because you know what I mean?
The pharmaceutical companies, it's all greed.
And right.
And
the greed is extremely detrimental to how markets function. I think that the more greed there are, the more ugly it can get for the people. But I think that's what needs to be regulated. I don't think that we should completely cut out the capitalist economics of our country and our market systems, because
I agree.
That'll in turn completely destroy the incentive to develop greater things.
And I guess that's my thought. Is I think unchecked capitalism is just as bad as unchecked socialism, right? Like,
yes,
both lead to extreme greed that's inherently humans.
That's right.
And bad policies.
And because the incentives only go so far, right? Like if you have a little bit of a bonus to something, like if I do this, I can make a little bit more money than the next person, so I'm going to do it. But when that is like your driving factor is this incentive thing, and you just let it go whole hog, it turns itself inside out and fucks itself over. Socialism saved capitalism from itself, essentially, after the Great Depression.
Yeah. And I think, like, America, our biggest issues, like these unchecked mega companies, right? I think you guys kind of talked about that. But it's also like, it's kind of like a small percentage of business, but unfortunately, it's a large sum of employees.
Yeah, it's a large sum of the market share, but a small percentage of corporations.
And go ahead.
How did it become a small number of employee or corporations or employees?
In my opinion, and it's a great question.
Well, let Sensei. Yeah, let Sensei.
Okay.
Let Sensei finish his thought.
So,
go ahead.
So how did it become a small number of employers, Redneck?
So we're talking about like big corporations, right? So like your Walmart, Amazon.
Yeah, let's go. Let's look Walmart. Case study for Walmart. Let's go for
So what I'm saying though is the few have ruined it for the all, right? So clearly, mega corporations take way more or take advantage, probably more of their employees than small businesses. I mean, you can go to any town and there's way more small businesses than there are corporations.
Right.
So that's what I meant by that statement. So it's like if that makes sense.
Sensei, I would say that what allowed them to gain so much control and power are the barriers to entry for other smaller businesses. So I think that Walmart might have got lucky with timing, and they started expanding, and then within that expansion, more regulatory policies get implemented, and more zoning, and there's a larger barrier to entry for other smaller companies to compete. And I think those barriers to entry a lot of times have good, I guess, ethical or moral visions, but in turn, it actually just creates a larger barrier to entry for their competitors. And I think that if we allow for more capitalists and more of a free market to control the economics in this country, then there would be more of a competitive nature to the monopolies. I think that
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So let's look at another example. Let's look at the 1800s where there's less barriers to entry.
Right.
Right? And what happened to the average worker? Were there worker protections, actually? They got screwed. It was
when in the 1800s, because that's a 100-year period.
The entire time from 1800, you choose it. You look at where the average worker was, and they're barely above their serfdom days. Right. Because guess what? The greedy bastard, whoever you want to cite, decided to use their wealth and their power against the worker. That's just what it is.
Yeah, but that's going to happen regardless of what society you live in.
The inherent problem you have to address is the employee-employer relationship, right? How do you make it fair for it? One person's pushing down, the other person's pushing up, right? That's throughout history. Whether you call employer-employee, that's just our common 21st century way of looking at it, but it's the same relationship that we're trying to make it better for the employee or the worker or the serf.
Real quick. I got to give a shout out. Aaron, love the fucking name, and thank you for the gifts. Aaron is number 1 for gifting. Jussie, number 2. Itty Bitty Kitty Committee, love that name also. Number 3. Sensei, number 4. Thank you very much. Allie, I appreciate that. Number 5, and to everybody else that is gifted, I do appreciate that. Please tap the screen. Let's get those likes up to over 10,000. We're still at only 8,200. So if you support the live, you like the live, entertained, whatever, just tap the screen. Let's get those numbers up. It helps with the FYP. Also share it if you have any MAGA friends. I'd love to have more MAGA on the panel, so share them out to your people and let's get them in here and have a interesting discussion. And Sensei, I appreciate what you're saying, but Philip's been waiting for a minute. Let's get to Philip. Philip, I'd like to hear what you have to say. Go ahead, man.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. I don't know if this was like destiny, but about 10 minutes ago I saw a video of a member of our greatest ally. He's like a tech entrepreneur for them, who is literally talking about how he wants to change our First Amendment in order to censor our speech. The guy's name is Shlomo Kramer. Did you see that video, sir?
I've played it on this show twice now. Yep.
Oh my God,
yeah.
Jesus Christ! Like,
isn't that crazy?
It's beyond insane, and the fact that I'm just seeing it now too. We have a foreign individual who comes on one of our mainstream media channels and is telling us that in order to protect the First Amendment, we need to censor it. I mean, I had to see if this was some like Onion thing or some AI thing, but I mean, it is just beyond. And I'm pretty sure everybody on this panel knows, like the last 2.5 years, it's clear what has been the biggest threat to our freedom of speech. It is the Zionist ideology. They are hell bent. I mean, and the thing that really really hurts me is that they are so open about it. every other week, I'm seeing a video from either that Stop Anti-You-Know-What person saying that we
Right.
need to censor you, or like from the ADL guy, from like one of the rabbis or the
Barry Weiss
Barry
also
Weiss,
trash in
Shapiro.
no,
Yeah, like
it's crazy.
it's like they openly say it and I just what we have become so complacent, so divided that we have allowed this to happen. But it's just infuriating to me on how people don't notice this yet. It's just like it's beyond at this point.
Well,
But
there's
you guys are way ahead of me, so
Yeah, no, it's interesting because they, I think they feel empowered at this point. They know that it's coming. AI is taking over, and they're going to use AI to do what they're wanting to do. And I think that's what this is. That's why we're starting to see them just come out of the woodwork and say it outright. Whereas before they kind of hid it, they kind of did it behind closed doors. Now, to that point, Philip, we were talking about economics. If you guys want to finish up that conversation, or if you want to just switch over, that's up to you guys. But I didn't realize you were going to take us back to the prompt, which is fine because that's what the prompt says. But what do you guys want to do on the panel?
Well, I don't disagree with anything that Philip said. I think that that's a bipartisan agreement that no country should have influence and control over our politics and especially our surveillance. I think that that's completely disgusting, and I think that no one should. I think that's completely bipartisan, but I don't think that that's to blame. Trump's to blame for that. I think that if
I wasn't
if you
blaming
really
Trump.
No, I know. I'm just saying that I think the people who to blame are the people who voted for the congressmen and women and the people who allowed this to take place for the last 150 something years.
I'm
or
sorry,
100
but
years.
I blame
like to
us.
piggyback
I
off
blame
that.
I blame the American public. I blame us for becoming so complacent. I blame us for becoming so distracted, so divided, for allowing this to happen. So
But that's
I'll also say this
their
though.
plan. Is
I don't think that certain demographic of people are completely nefarious and want to see the destruction of America. I think that a lot of it's a little bit blown out of proportion because we all look to blame someone or some conglomerate of people for our suffering or our inconveniences in life. And I don't think that it's fair to blame a whole demographic of people. And I think it's the same when it comes to conservatives blaming Muslims for extremism and wars overseas. I think that it goes both ways. I think that there are a lot of good in every demographic and every social structure within this country. And I think that placing the blame on one specific demographic doesn't do us any justice. I think that it should be, if you have interests like with Tim Walz and the whole Somalia thing, that's just as destructive to our country as it is that, and maybe the extent is a little, the disparities a little bit larger with one side, but I still think that
Okay.
I would like
that's their plan is you divide and conquer, right? I think the biggest failure in American politics is a two-party system, and is developed and designed that way over the course of time because that's the easiest way to pin people against each other.
Right.
There isn't there's not a third party saying, "No, hold on, I agree with you guys this time. No, next time I agree with you." And now you just got the blame game, and then people are distracted. People just follow like sheep on both sides and vote because this is what I was told to vote for. And that's the most dangerous way to vote. And that's how you get mob rule, right?
Exactly. I would like to
can we
add one more thing, sir. So I myself voted third party in 24 because I was just sick of this entire thing. But I would like to say one thing to Whitey or Whitney or Whitey. Okay.
Yeah, it's White. My last name's White. It's
White.
not
Okay.
derogatory.
Perfect. I agree with everything you said in terms of the special interest group who always advocate for their own causes. I believe that ever since Citizens United was overturned, that essentially turned us into a full-on oligarchy. Also, I don't think there is an argument at this point which group of people holds an astronomical power within our politics, media, and all. Now, this is the most frustrating thing. There are people who will go beyond and are real anti-Semites. There's no doubt beyond, like 100%. But when you point out things with facts and you can back it up that, hey, these people have this much power, they're trying to change our laws, they're trying to censor our speech, that is a fact. And if you point that out to a certain group of people, especially them, they will call you that word.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, they're just going overboard. Like it is just, it is beyond a joke at this point where if we have factual information, if we bring all the evidence, they will still say, oh no, like you're just that. So right now, from what I have seen, they're like the most powerful lobbying group that essentially, and I'll give you an example. The top donor for the Trump campaign was Miriam Adelson. A lot of people don't know, but the top donor for the Biden/Kamala campaign was a guy called Haim Saban, who's the head of Universal Studios. He's also a Beep American as well, like an Israeli American. So it's just the stranglehold they have, and like the gentleman before me was saying, on our two-party system, it's just, it doesn't serve the interests of us average Americans.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, if I could piggyback off of that, I'd like to.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. There's a wonderful talk given by Glenn Greenwald, and he is a journalist, but he started out as a constitutional scholar, and he was absolutely horrified by what happened after 9/11, where we very quietly started abridging some of our fundamental rights, most notably the what is it called, habeas corpus. Which was abridged. It was, suspended for anyone suspected of terrorism. And so that was the start. I think that was like the starting point of this war on free speech and our rights. Now, since then, it's just one after another. The freedom of assembly has been under attack. The protection against illegal searches and seizures has been, ramped up, and to say nothing of ICE and Homeland Security. I was horrified when I heard that word the first time. I thought, Homeland Security, Jesus, that sounds like something, right out of Germany.
I just think based off of history, we got to tread carefully here, because it's great to have a common enemy with both political sides, but I also think that it's not necessarily
productive.
Yeah, it's not that it's not productive. I mean, it's definitely important to make sure that we understand who has the influence and control over our country. But I think that like disliking a whole demographic of people because there may be certain nefarious.
But nobody's doing that.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing that.
I think that
nobody's doing that.
I think that people like Nick Fuentes do like inspire people to.
Nick
hate.
Fuentes isn't here though, and nobody is spouting Nick Fuentes talking points.
I'm not saying that anyone in this panel is. Trust me,
But
I'm not. I think that I don't disagree with anyone in this panel. I just think that it can be a slippery slope.
When you're in the middle of a conversation and we're talking about real things that are actually happening by the people that are doing them, and then you interject and say, well, hey guys, we need to be careful because, we don't want to lump a demographic into this. What you're doing is playing the role that they have normally played over history.
I'm playing devil's advocate,
which is,
and
but it's
I agree.
unnecessary. It's a waste of time
I
because
think
nobody
it's
is
unnecessary
doing
for this panel, yes, but I don't think it's completely unnecessary and
totally unnecessary comment.
Well, I don't think so.
Wasting time.
I think that disliking a whole demographic of people.
Nobody's doing that.
Actually, I am, but I need to explain myself. I am.
Yeah.
I do demonize the billionaire class. They are a demographic of society. These are the people with undue influence that over our political system, which with their lobbying creates laws, what they call them loopholes, to enrich themselves, which in turn maintains the same cycle.
Right.
Yes, I do demonize the
I agree.
Democrats.
I agree that they definitely do that.
And here's a problem with what I had with when you were talking to Ask earlier, Whitey.
Mhm.
I mean, do we agree that inherently a corporation is an anti-democratic system?
No.
So you're a worker now. You have a say-so against the CEO, your supervisor, or do you get fired?
I think it depends on the corporation you work for.
Generally speaking, guess what? You get fired.
That's right.
Right? It's anti-democratic.
I think that's a way more complex thing than you can just attribute that to. I think that if you can express your disagreement in a matter or a fashion that doesn't seem so, I guess, disagreeable or belittling, then I think that it's very feasible to express something or a concern. I really do.
How many jobs have you had, Whitey?
A lot.
A lot? Like less than 10, more than 10?
Probably more than 10.
How many of those have you been fired from?
I've never been fired.
You've never been fired. How many times have you voiced a concern to your boss?
Well, there was one time when I was in college and I was bartending, and my manager had fired another bartender for something she didn't do. And I remember I expressed my my concern and I quit on the spot.
So that was a small business.
Yeah.
Not a corporation.
No, but it's
how many corporations, like large corporations, have you ever worked for?
None.
Then maybe you don't.
Or no,
maybe you don't.
For
I remember
for a large restaurant chain.
I remember once being hired at Avis Budget, and part of the things that I agreed to was if you let me bring in a split keyboard, because straight keyboards hurt my wrist.
Right.
That I would be hired on, because I didn't need the job at the time. And so they're like, yeah, that's fine. So I get there, and then after my training, well, I got to get it approved. 3 months go by, they're still not approving this thing. And then, of course, I'm like, guys, what the fuck? Like, I'll bring my own. You ain't even got to pay.
I work with a lot of.
So whoa. So it turns out it wasn't just me. They were these old people that worked there. These old people, they hear my complaints about, like, they told me that I could bring this. They're like, oh, I asked for this chair and I asked for all these things, these ergonomic things that by law they have to supply to these people.
Right.
So I call up OSHA, because they won't do anything about it.
Oh,
and I get these people, I sure as fuck did. These people agreed that they would report the issues that they were having until OSHA shows up, and then none of them want to say a fucking word. And why? Because they knew that they would get fired. And guess what? I got my keyboard. Those old people didn't get a goddamn thing, but then I got fired right after.
Right.
So they will fire you.
You did that to yourself.
For doing.
You knew you were
no, I didn't.
But you could have. You should have been able to see that.
Wait, what do you?
I
did that to myself. Wait.
I don't agree.
Law
with
says
what
that they are required to provide ergonomic things, and whenever I point this out and report bad behavior that went on for
how
months,
long did it go by? 3
I did
months?
it to myself. No. 3 months was whenever I started to complain about it after they had initially, because the first month
working
was
for a crappy company.
training.
So why
They're all like that.
Why
They're
didn't you
all
sue
like
them
that.
for like retaliation?
I should have.
Can I reiterate what I just said earlier? And everything that was just said just reaffirms it. The corporation inherently is anti-democratic.
It's true.
I don't think so. I think the more democratic you are as a corporation, the more successful you'll be.
Oh my God! Can I finish the thought?
Yes.
Can I finish the thought?
You can.
So, thank you. But that's why a worker co-op, if you look at in contrast to, is much more democratic, where even the janitor gets an input, however small it might be, still gets an input. As a person on the bottom, I won't demonize janitors. The person on the bottom, I never get an input.
Right.
I will get shit on every day, just like what. Are you having problems?
Continue.
Just like what Liberal was explaining to his personal anecdote. he got shit on. Right? This happens all the time.
All the time.
Because there's no democracy in a corporation. The CEO is the king.
Femc.
He is
Femci.
the key CEO is the
Yeah.
feudal times king, right?
Your
It's just we call him the CEO.
I
now.
would highly
your
suggest
thought process on it is like you're, if you
Yeah.
want to use the saying, like you're being taxed without representation, right? That's your thought behind a corporation, because you're at the very bottom and you really have no say so. I get where you're coming from, because the only people that have representation are people in the boardroom. Is that like, I just want to make sure I understand.
Well, he's just using the example that it's more of an authoritarian
I would like to
structure.
I would like to point out that the most successful companies in the United States take inputs from every single sector of their company. If take, for example, Jeff Bezos, he said, he was asked, what makes Amazon successful? And he said that everyone has an input. And if you ask Elon Musk, who do you look for when you hire someone?
To set up unions would entirely disagree with you.
Can I respond?
I think that is. I worked for a company that grew over the 10 years I was there. We went from like 20 million a year to like we were doing about $250,000 a year. And when we were smaller, that held true. But as we grew, the lower you were on the totem pole,
the less say you get.
department-wise, the less say. And eventually it was, I would be sitting in meetings with CEO, COO, and the people in charge, and I would bring something up, and you just get chewed off.
Right.
It's like you don't have the title.
They don't give a shit because they think that they're better than you. That's really, they think they're smarter than you. They think they know more than you, even though they don't do the jobs
what's
that
the
you
best
do.
way to combat this?
So going back to
worker co-op.
Whitey's example, going back to Whitey's example of Amazon and what Bezos claims. What's the turnover rate at the warehouse? What's the turnover rate for drivers? Because
I don't think it's as high as other distribution companies. I don't. I think they pay their employees pretty well, and they give Christmas bonuses, from what I remember.
If this was such a good situation for them, then why would so many of them be trying to unionize, Whitey? Like you're bringing up a point that at surface, yes, sounds good. But in practice, the way that the actual employees of a large corporation like Amazon are reacting to their policies and their corporate practices, just completely disagrees with what you're talking about.
There are only two entities that the worker has to fight back against the corporation. One was just Graf just said it, or Graphi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. Anyways,
Here we go.
Unions.
Here we go. The average turnover rate for warehouse workers in in counties with Amazon fulfillment centers was 100.9% in 2017, the latest year for which data are available. In other words, more workers leave their warehouse jobs each year than the total number of warehouse workers employed in those counties.
Right.
This is substantially higher than the turnover rates for warehouse workers overall in California and in the U.S., which are 83% and 69.8% respectively.
And it sounds like
Bezos was doing some PR, blowing a bunch of hot air.
You get a say. Get the fuck out of here after you.
Exactly.
It's like you can say it, but you're not going to have a job tomorrow.
The second point, I was trying to reiterate what Graf was saying. There's only two entities, and unions one of them, and the government's the second one. Nobody else can stand up against corporation.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, and I think that's true. Right now we probably have more monopolies in existence than ever before in our life as well, and then that creates an issue because there is no competition. So the fair market isn't fair, right? That's kind of one of my pieces. Like all these companies own every other company beneath them. And then they'll use those smaller companies for their advantage on their larger ones, bankrupt them. Private equity is a whole issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
I I don't disagree with like a lot of like what you guys like are like kind of saying. Like I kind of view it as like I think a hybrid system is not a bad thing.
What do you mean by
Exactly.
Well,
what do you
Yes.
mean by
well,
hybrid system?
Like
'Cause Whitey
socialist
earlier.
democracy.
I don't
Okay,
care
I
about
fully
it.
agree with that. I fully agree with
I
that.
like if enough people want to unionize, then unionize. Like if I own a company, right? My goal would be that they don't need to unionize against me.
Exactly.
But if I was crappy, then if they unionize, then what do? Does my company go bankrupt, or do
well,
you have to accept the term?
Red, did you say earlier you're a Trump supporter?
Me?
Yeah, I thought you did. That's all.
I'm like, okay, how can I phrase it? I didn't vote for him either time, okay? So I voted third party both elections. Do
Okay.
I hate Trump? No. Do I disagree with him? Yes.
Well, the problem
So
I'm having, I mean, you're not a Trump supporter, but the problem I'm having with this whole argument, if people are Trump supporters, he's actively dismantling the NLRB, National Labor Relations Board, which
Yeah.
defangs unions. Unions are to protect people, workers. He's actively doing it.
yeah, and I will say that there was, so when I worked at that facility, right? So I managed a distribution facility and logistics, and that's what I did. Kind of go into the Amazon thing. That we had it was an odd thing. Our turnover would go really high and then really low. And a lot of the time it's people get in those jobs that just can't physically meet those jobs, but then other times it's the company wanting to up production, and then the people that you had can't. The people that were meeting production now can't meet it. And it's like more and more and more and
It's hard
more.
to find good workers.
Somebody's sleeping. Hold on here. Shh, everybody. Shh. Listen. He's sawing logs. We have a lumberjack on the panel.
Santiago.
He's like, let me up.
Santiago.
But
Okay.
it was
Thank
it's
you,
an issue
Santiago.
because like I would lose guys over $1 an hour, and I thought that was the stupidest thing in the world when I went to the people above me. I was like, I need $1, $2,000 a year. Oh, we can't do that. And I'm like, how much
Right.
does it cost me to rehire a guy and train them, and then they are not good, and you have to go find another guy? I've just probably spent 10, 15K doing
Right.
that. And that's
Yeah,
the
it's
stupidity of like of corporations, right?
yeah.
Like
I
they
wonder
get to a
if it's like, and forgive me, but I wonder if the mentality is if we give an inch, they'll just want more, and so they're
Yes,
like,
that is what the
fuck,
mentality is.
fuck your
Yeah.
inch, you ain't getting shit,
that is, and so
motherfucker.
like what I do, I got a couple guys, and if like I'm wanting to buy a piece of equipment, and I go to a couple of my guys and I say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. What's your thoughts? You know, do you think we need that, or do you think we need something else? And now, granted, I don't have 1,000 employees, but there's ways to scale it up. It's just they don't have people when they get to that kind of power. Most of those people are, I don't want to call them narcissists, but like people in that kind of power tend to start holding different personal traits, right? They don't really
Psychopathic.
care. They have no.
Well, Redneck,
They have no
you're
care.
touching on something. You're touching on something. There's a very, very pervasive, widespread culture across, whether you're a large corporation or you're trying to become a large corporation, where greed and like wage theft and these kind of things are part of the practice. It's just how they do things, right? So what you're talking about, where you want to hire somebody or not hire somebody, you want to up somebody's pay, right, so that they're better paid, and the company is like, nah. They're thinking about the cost savings of just getting somebody off the street that they can pay less, as opposed to increasing the pay of somebody internally. Like that's just a corporate practice that exists across multiple corporations, across multiple industries, where if you want to be a successful company, quote unquote, you have to do some of these kind of things, as
Yeah, you
opposed to
have
what
to.
you
You have
said.
to be able to compete. You have to be able to provide a
No, but
lower
that's
product
not.
cost or a
But
lower
hold on,
service
Whitey.
cost
But
against your
Whitey.
competitor or against
But
international
Whitey,
competitors.
I don't have a problem with that. But my problem is when they use manipulative practices, right, and they suppress wages, right? Like that's not necessarily competition. That's just greed, right? You're creating an environment where you are trying to earn or take as
Well,
much
I
as
think
possible,
what may
pay
seem
people as little as
manipulative to
possible.
you may seem just smart or a right business decision to the people who control.
That's because they've been led to believe that. But we see data for like 40, 50
Well, it's
years
like, okay,
showing that
let's pay all of our
these
workers more and increase our overhead, and now we won't be able to compete with our competitors because our price is too high.
That's a basic way of viewing it, right? You increase
But
the
it's
pay
just
of your workers.
that's just the
You increase
it's
the pay of
basic,
your
but it's
workers.
what it is.
You increase the pay of your workers. They have more money to actually participate in the economy. That means that you actually have more services coming your way, so it balances out.
Yeah, but
it's not just a matter of you increase their
but
pay.
we're
Now
competing
you have to
against
increase prices.
that would make sense if we were only competing against each other, but we're competing against China, who doesn't pay their workers anything.
This is America.
You know,
We're competing against each other.
no, we're competing against.
That's different. You're talking
no,
about.
we're competing in a global market.
You're alluding to outsourcing. I'm
Like
talking
if you go to
activity.
Walmart, how many
Whitey,
products were manufactured in the
Whitey,
USA?
Whitey, you're talking about outsourcing. That's why you want to and talk about products being made in America. I'm talking about people's actual ability to participate in our economy.
I guess let me ask you this, Whitey, like so I understand like the time. So when I worked for that company, they changed the pay for starting wages. All of a sudden this is a real life scenario here, okay? I have 10 guys now that make below what they have now deemed the new starting wage. But they don't give those guys the bare minimum of the starting wage.
Right.
However you want to wrap that, I think that is just, I think it's stupid.
Well, I think that's going to end up costing them more in the long run, and they're going to have to figure that out.
And Whitey, you asked a good question earlier. You were asking, how do we change this culture? So I thought you were in agreement with me to an extent that you feel like yes,
I am
this culture
in an
needs to be
agreement with
changed.
you. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Like I understand how operations work. I understand that I work for a manufacturer, and everything that we do is based off of what it costs us per hour to produce these parts. So
So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
You're playing devil's advocate. You're presenting their perspective of things.
Yeah, because
Cool.
I
we don't
I
give
run
we
the
don't we don't
margins every
care
day.
about their
I
perspective
understand.
anymore.
Yeah,
We don't care
you
about their
don't care,
perspective
but then
anymore.
you'll be out of a job if there is no perspective.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in the sense that they have had 50 to 60 years of over influence on our economy, on our how we use our revenue, right? So now that when I say I don't care, I'm saying like now we need to shift policy to focus way more on working class people as opposed to just being as pro business as we have been. I'm not saying completely shut down or block out or nationalize everything.
And a lot of
but I'm
times
just saying
taking care of your employees will benefit you in the long run.
Yes.
I agree.
Real quick, can we get a WAA Ron in the chat, please? Because holy shit, guys, AA Ron's been taking care of everybody, and I want to give a shout out to him. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. Like,
Thanks, Aaron.
Hey, I'm sorry, AA Ron, Key and Peele. I fucking love it. Anyway, so let's get back to it. I do want to show this real quick, just to kind of put it into perspective what we're dealing with and why I don't give a fuck what the CEO wants or thinks, because we've got this AFL-CIO, there's the company pay ratios, right? Abercrombie and Fitch, for example, 6,731 to 1 is the CEO to worker ratio. Look at this, Starbucks, 6,666 to 1. Just look at this, in the thousands more than the average worker. This is absurd. This is obscene. This is ridiculous.
Is that
the craziest
CEO, the guy that
crazy.
Wait,
takes
what was that
every
again?
day to
Can you pull
work?
that up?
Pay
the
ratio.
craziest thing,
Oh,
the
okay.
craziest thing what you showed there, liberal, is this:
Nuts.
concentrations of wealth leads to concentration of power, which leads to corruption.
Yep. And look at this. You telling me one person is worth $189 million? One person?
No,
That's insane.
I wouldn't, as a diehard capitalist, I would not feel comfortable paying myself that much.
Right. But they do, like, look at this, 95.8 million Starbucks. Like General Electric. It's nuts.
I
Whitey,
think
you're
that
saying that a lot of these.
I think
Whitey,
that
you're
in
saying a
order
lot of
to
these corporate
combat this,
leaders.
a lot of the times it would be to lower the barrier to entry and enable small businesses to compete against those companies. Because
Yeah, but they've been
if you
fighting
start
back
up
against
you
that.
start a
They can-
coffee shop, you have
that's
a
a
lot less
fallacy.
capital to work with. You don't have the distribution arms. You're running off
But
a
Whitey,
lot
not only is
lower
that a
margin.
fallacy, Whitey,
Well,
Whitey, not only is
It's
that a
not a
fallacy,
fallacy at
they've been
all.
limiting.
It
They've been
is.
limiting the ability of people to do that for decades.
Oh, I
And
know. I
and
know. That's what I'm saying. Uplift those restrictions.
But look,
if we're
you're having to compete on a level of psychopathy here.
Right.
In order to be at the same level as this other company who doesn't give a fuck about the workers,
Not to be at the same level, to
and
be able to
will- and
compete.
to chop down as much because there's an
Yeah.
overabundance of workers to jobs right now, right? And so they can just take their pick. They
Right,
they don't need
right.
you. You need them more than they need you,
Right.
and they use that to their advantage. And
Right.
so, in order to compete in that space, Starbucks, as an example,
You need to
they
create more
have to
jobs.
operate in the same manner as the other company. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean paying their CEO an obscene amount of money, but it does mean whenever they need to cut costs, it comes out at worker pay. That's the fucking first thing they do, or
Yes.
benefits, or whatever.
Yep.
And that's the only way to compete, and that's wrong. And the government needs to step in there and say, you can't do this anymore. We need to cap the pay ratio from the lowest paid worker to the fucking CEO
Yeah,
and
I agree
say,
with that.
you can't do
That would be a
anymore.
good, that would be good
because-
implementation.
Right, because what that does is it prevents the company from being able to do it so that the shareholders can't turn around and say, you've
Right.
got to do it because it's good for me and I want
Right,
my dividend check.
I got
Right.
What is being disingenuous here? He's arguing for the small business, but he doesn't acknowledge the fact that multinational corporations in general, they can employ economies of scale to reduce
Right,
costs.
exactly. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So a small mom and pop cannot compete on just cost wise, right?
Never.
We know that.
Yeah.
That I mean, what's his name? John D. Rockefeller perfected vertical integration to minimize costs.
Right,
Every step in the supply chain, he decided to buy it.
Right. And it's smart if you want to control your operations. That's the smartest thing to do.
Look, I mean, I think.
And what does it lead to? What does it lead to? It leads to monopolization.
It leads to a monopoly. Yeah.
That's right.
If I can jump in on this, I'd really
Unfettered
appreciate it.
capitalism.
So I think there's a multitude of things that Amazon has a competitive edge on. Number one, obviously, the pay for workers. But there's a component that they use, specifically the independent contractor model, that not only cheats the workers, but also cheats our coffers. When you talk about unemployment, when you talk about workers' comp, when you are an independent contractor, you pay for everything. And I'll
Right.
give you an example. They pay for their gas, the drivers. They pay for their gas. They pay for their insurance. They pay when they break down. They don't go to work. They don't get paid. There's no sick days for them. There's no employer portion of FICA like our employers have. So there's a multitude of things that are wrong about Amazon, but it's the laws that are vague, ambiguous, and quite frankly, allow Amazon to be that white crime syndicate that they've become.
Well, that's across a lot of industries. Like I'm in construction, and that's like a big issue, right?
You're right. You're
That's
right.
actually-
We all
that's
hate on
actually
Amazon,
how
but the only reason they're so
majority of-
successful is because of the service and goods that they're providing. I'm sure everyone on this panel has ordered stuff off Amazon, and it's been very convenient for them.
But they have. But it's
I
the
used to
competitive-
order books from them when that's what they did.
It's the
Hold on,
competitive
really quick,
edge that
really
they
quick.
have.
Graphy? Is that Graphy?
Yes, this is Graphy. Really quick. Yes, they provide a lot of goods and services, but they have also cannibalized the market for other options that were
That's
providing
right.
those same things, right? Like I know you've heard about this, Whitey. You sound like you're well informed to an extent. I hope you know that Amazon, when you post a product on their page and it starts being successful, they will dupe your product. Then
Right.
they will slow down any type of advertising or access to your own
Yeah,
product.
you're
and put
competing
your
against
product at the
Amazon.
top.
I understand.
Like that is not right. So I understand where you're playing devil's advocate. This is why, you know what? Fuck this. This is why I want to go back to what you said about the culture. How do we change the culture? Because that's the issue issue that we're facing here. You want to talk about all these different things where you're being devil's advocate. Cool, fair. But the point is, at the core of it, their culture is what is causing a lot of our issues here.
Yeah, I mean they'll
That's-
buy out.
You
Like, they
change.
bought-
I don't
That's
think
right,
it's their
because
culture.
change-
I
we've-
think it's the culture of regulations, rules and regulations against small businesses. And
Well, that's a
and-
mechanism of it, though. That's not the
because
culture.
it's hard for
You-
like Sensei said in the economies of scale. How do you compete against economies of scale? Well, you would allow them to receive loans from banks at a lower interest rate. You would cut their taxes. You would do things that incentivize growth of smaller corporations.
Well, there's a
And
lot
the
of-
only way to
a lot
do
of
that
those
is
components already there for them, Whitey.
No,
I mean,
they're
there's
not
for small
there.
Business. Yeah, there is.
Listen, if I want to open up a warehouse in New Jersey, just the zoning regulations alone, my margins are cut in half. And then just to facilitate the material and to find the architect.
Whitey, I can guarantee you Amazon is part of why you have difficulty doing that.
Yep.
Right? Like that's the whole point.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm sure
Okay, so
Amazon.
then you're
I'm
talking
sure
about the
Amazon's feeding the pockets of the politicians that control the zoning regulations in New Jersey. I'm sure they are.
I want to address.
Okay. Now everybody's talking. I can't hear anybody. So why do you just made a statement? Sensei, you've already spoken. Let me get to. We've got a couple new people actually. Han Tony, you've been in here for a minute. Did you want to jump in? Han Tony, you're muted. Did you want to jump in? Go ahead.
Personally, I can't say much. Oh no, I can't say much other than capitalism is not the way to go. Whitey Nine, I'm not sure why you really like this system, but hey, it seems to benefit you. So that would be my 2 piece.
Okay, thank you, Han Tony. Now let me get to. I don't know who came first. I think Union Man came first. Union Man, did you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah,
Offer
you know, and
your
I just
thoughts.
wanted I appreciate it. I'm from Minnesota. I'm 62. I've been in the union for 44 years. I'm a proud Teamster.
Union man.
We are the union that is organizing a lot of these Amazon delivery companies. And as I stated before, I mean, the fact is the laws are set up to be able to exploit workers and the system. And that's a competitive edge that Amazon has in comparison to your small mom and pop shops.
Right.
They'll never be able to compete against them. You know, they have workers.
Well, I don't think never. Never is a strong word. I think that they
Whitey,
could. There's a possibility.
Let him finish his thought.
There are workers that are being exploited over and over and over. They can't organize in the delivery process of it because what Amazon does is they sub out to an independent contract to another contractor, and then that contractor subs it out to independent contractors.
Yep.
Now, if you ask me, if you look at what determines an employee versus an independent contractor, most states determine that by the amount of control exhibited by an employer. There ain't no doubt these guys wear Amazon shirts, uniforms, drive a truck that says Amazon. Nowhere on that truck does it say that this independent contractor owns that truck or is owner of a business.
Right.
They could be terminated by Amazon. All those rules are set up to be able to exploit the system and really provide that white crime syndicate, Amazon, the ability to just crush everybody.
Right.
And that's what they've done.
I don't disagree with anything you said. I think the largest issue with that is that Amazon has the money. They can control the politicians and they control the legislation that gets passed based off of their donations and their contributions towards that political party. I think that's the root cause here. If you take away Citizens United, then a lot of this goes away. I think then you have politicians that actually put the general populace's benefit.
Now you're preaching.
Yeah.
Now you're preaching to the choir.
I think if a lot of people, I guess my question would be like for a panel is like, so let's just say like since the 80s, because that's really when we started to have the pay not keeping up with like inflation and other costs of goods. If it is kept up, like this conversation, I don't even think takes place, right? Because like it's no doubt America's the richest country to ever exist, and the people are too. But a lot of people are just fed up with working their I mean, some people would work to tell.
Yeah, it's like hard work doesn't really attribute to success anymore.
And it's not across the board. There's some people that, you know, it's a different issue. Like, I do think that if you put in work, you get it out. But I had to change industries for that to happen. And but I feel like that's what a lot of people are frustrated with, is that you can't work
Oh
for a
shit!
company
Thank you, Aaron. Shout out to Aaron.
If you want to make more, you got to move, and then move again and move again. And I think, but then the company expects the loyalty, because I experienced that where I was at.
It's hard to get hired if you're not loyal. You look at someone's resume and you see that they've jump shipped every year. You're less likely to hire that person.
But they aren't loyal. They aren't loyal.
Not anymore, though, because the only way to get raises is you got to leave every 2 years. Right. But like, I do want to say, like, I think,
or become union.
I am 100%.
There you go.
Yeah, or become union. Yeah.
Yeah, and I 100% believe in a capitalist like way. I just think that just like any form, it has to be reigned and controlled. And the problem right now is, I think, and I may get the years mixed up here, but I think we're facing a very similar situation that was in like the 20s, because you had like Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, J.P. Morgan, and all those guys, or their
I think it was the 30s.
30s, and they controlled everything. They literally put president in power.
Right. That was a Great Depression, by the way.
And
it would have been in the 20s.
Yeah, and I think you're seeing it very similar, but our government refuses to break the monopolies up. And I believe in capital, but I don't believe in monopolies.
I agree. I'm the same way.
That's actually, well, go ahead and finish your thought, but that's a segue into something I've been trying to cut in.
Yeah, if those two thoughts exist in the same realm, and I think they can, because I think you can be a capitalist but want to support society. Right.
I think the rules and regulations need to benefit the general populace and the working class, not the P&L of the large corporations, and that's what has happened.
Wait a minute. Okay, so let me put this to you guys, because
you can't have capitalism if you're for the people. The capitalism in its essence is not for the people.
No, you can. So back in the 1700s and 1800s, I think towards the end they started moving away from this. To be a corporation, it was temporary, right? All corporations ran on a charter system. So now you have to like register with Secretary of State. It used to be like that, but you could only do it for a certain period of time. And if you were going to be a long-term corporation with this charter that was legislatively approved, you had to do something for the public. You had to serve a public good. You also could not, Pepsi Cola could not turn around and then buy, KFC or whatever it is. You couldn't become a conglomerate. If you did harm to the public and you weren't serving a public good, they would revoke your charter and your corporation went poof, out of nowhere. So we can go back to that, where corporations are a useful entity to protect liability for building a bridge or a fucking dam, and that's essentially what it used to be. But now they've just let it go crazy, because what happened was states started to relax their charter systems. And so then these corporations would then move to another state, and they're like, well, we can set up shop here. And so in order for other states to bring in their own labor stuff, they would then relax theirs too, and eventually it spread to the entire country. And now we see these monstrous monopolies that was never intended to be that way. The founders did not want that. They were afraid of corporations and the power that they would eventually have. So that's something that we can go back to, because
this
corporations
is also a banking issue. Like how do banks become profitable? Well, they loan to people who they know are going to pay their debts. So I mean, it's really difficult as a bank, any type of bank, large or small, to give out loans to smaller corporations, because there's a chance that they fail and never return their payments. So I think that really the root cause is banking, and who is I guess approved for certain types of loans.
It's really the rules. You're talking about the rules of
and the interest rates.
That's the problem, is the rules. Like if you have Like any industry, I worked in the finance sector on the insurance side, and anytime you have rules that are not written to benefit the public as a whole, then you always are going to run the risk of somebody being able to figure out a way to extort all the money into particular places.
It's the system that gave the banks the power in the first place.
Well,
thank you, Grafty.
It's
a pleasure to have you.
The main
as soon
thing,
as we removed the gold standard, inflation took off, and the debt to GDP ratio it no longer really matters. I mean, it's
but here's the problem, though, man. You got to understand that this problem stemmed, but we're talking about from the first time you had people that were willing to have creative innovation for human beings. There's always been somebody in the background saying you can't give it away for free. We got to sell it and maximize the profit. It's always somebody in the background with massive amount of influence that's willing to take, rob, steal from anybody in order to make a profit on this.
I don't think it's necessarily with a lot of companies is how can we
it's all innovation.
Listen. I don't think it's all just how can we extort our laborers to make more of a profit. It's more of how can we extort our laborers to compete against our competitors.
No, absolutely not. No, it's not, bro. It's not, man. Look, when Tesla found out a way to give away free energy, JP Morgan Chase said, "We gonna give it to me, or we're gonna run you crazy. We're gonna put you in an asylum. You ain't finna give away free energy." And then when you had a man recently, I would say in the last 30, 40 years, figured out a way to run.
I mean, these are
thank you, itty bitty.
No, hold on a second. Hold on a second, bro. When you had men create ways 30, 40 years ago on how to run cars with water,
right?
They took his invention.
Listen, it's the same with healthcare companies. Not selling holistic.
Hold on a second.
I don't disagree with what he's saying.
Let him finish his thought.
I'm telling you facts. You don't have to disagree. These are facts. You can't disagree with facts. It's like saying I disagree with 2 + 2 is 4.
I'm saying, how do we combat that?
Whitey, listen to me, bruh. Listen to me. You have to listen. In the United States, it is designed, the entire infrastructure of the United States is designed to take, rob, and steal. You can never, ever have something that will benefit humanity and eliminate the idea that the United States is not going to figure out a way to rob and take from you. They do it to every person, every place, everything in the world since its conception. So the only way truly that you can legitimately change all of this, you cannot vote this problem away, Whitey. This problem cannot be voted away because the people that created all the laws made sure that you cannot do it. 100%. The only way you're going to do this is you're going to take it to the streets. Italy and Nepal and London are giving you the examples. That is the only way it can be done.
He's giving you the keys to the kingdom, Whitey. Please take notes.
That's really been about any country's history, right? It's like it's always you eventually get to the point where like the elites run.
Hey Sensei, could you turn your mic off?
Yeah, I've been trying to mute him.
There was
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. Sensei, I for some reason can't mute you. Let me drop you.
It was muted. It was muted.
We can hear everything.
You're taking your garbage
So hold on. Sensei, let me drop you. You come back up and I'll bring you back in. I think it's glitched out or something. Okay, now go ahead, guys.
I guess so I know I'm not a big fan of a lot of politicians, but I just saw on Facebook or Twitter, one of the two, where I think it was a major, I always mess her name up, Taylor Greene, whatever her name is, where she just brought up like a, what do they call it, a boycott on taxes. And if that were to actually happen, like it's about the only way outside of taking it to a street is you have to affect the purse.
Stop paying taxes is correct.
And well, if every W-2 employee tomorrow exempted 9, you could probably inflict a ton of change fairly quick.
Absolutely.
If half the
that's like basically holding your labor hostage, pretty much.
Well, the government relies on that.
I would recommend a general strike before the taxation thing.
majority of our tax dollar allocation goes to Medicare and Social Security, so you'll be affecting the
No,
people.
that's
No,
negative.
no, we
Most
got
of our
affected
most
people
most
with
of it goes.
60% of it goes to Social
I'm
Security and
talking about
Medicare.
billionaires.
Most of the
Nobody did anything.
Now let me
but
real quick, guys. In 14 minutes, I've got to run. I've got to go do an escape room with my son today. So that'll be. I
Hey, I
love
haven't even
escape rooms.
said anything yet. And I wasn't
And
introduced either, bro.
yeah, I'll get to you. Give me just a second. So if you haven't done an escape room, you really should. It's fucking awesome. It's a little pricey, but it's a lot of fun. And to that point, since Tommy hasn't gone yet, and he's impatient, Tommy, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. So basically, I totally agree with, I guess, Wordsmith. It's time for a general strike, the taxes, everything all at once, or we're going to be left out in the cold. We pay more than double. You know, countries that have universal health care, we pay double per capita, and we don't have it. That's the issue. And if you think you can vote your way out of this, voting got us here. It's time for strikes. You got to do the tax thing. Nobody go to work. That's what we need to do, or we're going to be asked the fuck out. All
you
right,
don't even have,
gentlemen.
you could still go to work, just like I said, exempt 9
You're
on
a
your
pussy.
W-2.
You're a pussy, bro. We
If
don't
you
need people like you. We need people
no, if
action right
you
now.
yeah, but if you exempt
Yeah,
9
yeah.
on your
How do I?
W-2, it
Hey,
immediately affects the
no,
purse of the
because you're
United
putting
States.
yourself into a criminal activity as well.
Okay, so what now? What happened? I heard.
He's getting crazy.
Well,
I don't know.
mathematically, you both have a point. Mathematically, technically, I would tell you this: the United States, under no circumstances in any world, not this world, not the Harry Potter world, not Lord of the Rings, not nothing. If we all just say, if you got 100 million people just go exempt, they're not gonna put 100 million people in prison. It's never gonna happen. What I'm gonna tell you is though, in the beginning, the United States always tries to penalize severely a few people, 100 people or 1,000 people to scare off the masses. This is what they always do. But if you got a 50 million people just absolutely file exempt, what they're going to do is they're going to do everything they can to save their job first, and then try to negotiate with us second and say, okay, well, this is what we're willing to do. This is not what we're willing to do. But just like the other brother that was up here, the union brother, you got to basically go to them and say, this is the contract that we're giving you. We will give you taxes so you can take care of infrastructure once we get this. And if we don't get this, then we're going to go to the next step. But as I said before, is that the oppressed, which is the working people, it's all in throughout history, every single country that's ever existed, it's always the oppressor that starts these major problems. It's never the oppressed. And we as working people that go to work and pay taxes and try to take care of our families and hoping that our kids take care of us, right? When we get older, this cycle's never gonna end if you try to stand in a ballot box and vote this problem away. They've made the rules to where you cannot do that.
What we
I think
need
that
is
would be the beauty of like if you exempt 9 right now, like on January 5th, if 100 million Americans did it, the government can't do anything to anybody for a year.
That's correct.
Because
they can't do anything to anybody for anything.
and
You got 100 million people.
Also, real quick, liberal, because I got to get off here. But do you have a Discord or something?
I do, yes, but it's shut down. I'm not taking any new people. There's a backstory there that I will eventually do a video explaining, but yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just curious because like this is probably one of the better like lives and panels I've been a part, and like everybody in here even disagree or agree. It's I think
we
clearly
all agree
we have all found common ground, and no one has gotten crazy or anything. So I think you run a pretty good ship. So that's why I was
Listen,
asking.
we all agree with
appreciate
the
that,
same
Redneck.
reason our
Well,
country
let
was
me-
founded. was that
Hold on, Whitey. Hold on, Whitey. Yeah, I appreciate that, Redneck. I'm getting a lot of new people in here because there's a lot of liberals that just fucking hate me. And so there was a big thing still dealing with it. I just fucking blocked them all. So now I'm getting a lot of fresh people and new people that haven't seen me before. So I really appreciate that. And I hope you stick around. Just drop a follow and come in. I go live Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 1. So,
you're a pleasure to discuss with.
Like you, bro.
A lot different than
Have a good one.
Yeah.
other discussions.
Okay, somebody was saying something. I appreciate it, Redneck. Glad to have you.
I want to second what Redneck said. I think that this is a great panel to discuss political differences with, because no one attacks, no one's like personally attacking anyone. And I think that is ultimately what can benefit our country in the long run, is if we all unite and find common ground. And I think the common ground is that we don't have representation for our tax dollars, and that's exactly what our country is founded on.
Yeah,
that is true. That is true. That is true.
Common ground lies in working class solidarity, delocalization of wealth. Concentration of wealth hurts the working class. They use their wealth to influence politics to their favor, not our favor. We've always been fighting against this.
That is true, and this is why we have a circle.
Business practice.
Well, here's the thing, though. I would say that
that was sarcasm.
Yeah, without a doubt, bro. I got it. I know.
No,
exactly
it's sarcasm, but you're right. It is smart business practice.
But here's the thing, though. The United States.
No, it's not.
Well, the United
not
States
ethical,
is specialized.
it's not moral, but it's smart if you're looking at P&L.
It is smart business.
If you don't care about human lives, then I guess it is smart.
It's not smart in the sense that it makes you a better person. It's smart if you're looking for your share price to go up.
If you're not thinking about the person next to you, if you're not thinking about your mother,
totally
if you're not
agree.
thinking about your family, if you're not thinking about anybody else, then yourself and your wallet, then yeah, it's smart. Otherwise, it's terrible.
Well, let's. Well, here's. I would say, you guys. I would say, in order to be honest, in order for a real solution to actually start to happen, where people start to make changes and make legitimate action to do things, we have to understand and come to the consensus that the United States, these politicians and these corporations have figured out a way and mastered a way to recycle their own money.
Yes.
They've made themselves rich with an illusion that they have some particular product that we have to have. They're buying up one company, they buy up a bunch of charities, and then they give all their money to the charities, and then the charities run other sub companies to do it. It's just all legal ways of laundering money to themselves. You know what I'm saying? So we
insider trading.
Yeah, as a people, I'm
insider
telling you,
trading.
we got to figure out a way. We got to figure out a way to say, you know what, man, these taxes, we gonna keep our money. We ain't paying no more taxes. And if you try to extort the taxes, we just walk away from work and then do it yourself.
Right. That's how this country was founded.
Yeah, figure it out. I guarantee you.
It requires a willingness to sacrifice.
I don't think people understand how much power we have. I think that it's hidden from us.
You remember when C-19 came, the only thing they cared about is us going back to work. It was only 3 or 4 million people that wasn't even working, and they lost their mind over 3 million.
Right.
Imagine if it's 20 million.
Yeah,
this is how Nepal, and you were saying France and all that. This is how they brought their government to their knees. They said, "Man, how about this? We're gonna go to these streets and we're gonna see what's gonna really happen." Because that seems to be the only way things can make a change. And the United States hasn't really had that kind of revolt in a long time.
Look at Jimmy Kimmel. Look what happened there. They lost over, what was it, $3 billion in just a few fucking days or something when people started boycotting and shit. So, yes, it can be done. And, that relies on people to be willing to sacrifice comfort.
Yeah,
and sadly, a lot of Americans have just gotten so...
They're too comfortable.
Yes. And, but look, the alternative is you have fucking nothing. Because they run everything eventually is what's going to happen. So sacrifice a little for
so we all want what's better for
the betterment later. Yeah.
I think we just have different ways of facilitating that, but we all agree that we're not being represented properly.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Well, we can't be represented properly when we have United States footprints in like 700 places outside of the United States, right?
Yeah,
for the sake of watching our
I think it's just for more power, more control.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
Real quick, guys, we have less than 6 minutes left. Can we get to 50,000 likes before the 6 minutes is up? Please tap that screen. Let's try to get to 50K just so that we can say that we got there. And also, real quick question. Sam, go ahead. Sam
We love you, bro, from Syria. Please, I need help. We bless you, brother.
If you want to gift Sam has been on the panel before. He's been vetted by Noor. If you know Noor, she's, she can speak their language and all that. So Sam is up here and that, he's trying to get help for his family. I'll leave it up to you, but I let Sam stay. And thank you, Sam. But also, I want to get everybody's opinion. Do you like this background better than the other one?
I don't think you're a liberal loudmouth at all. I don't know why you say that about yourself.
I am.
Well, I think you're. I think you're.
Just wait.
I think you're. I think you're less liberal than you attribute yourself to be. I think you're very grounded.
I'm liberal. I'm not a Democrat.
So going back to
I think how a lot of other liberals view politics and economics is a lot different than how you view it. But I think you're the true definition of liberal.
Yes, this is why Democrats are on this fucking 8-month campaign to cancel my show. Because
liberalism,
they demand.
Liberalism's a great thing.
They demand that you comply, capitulate with everything that they want.
Exactly.
And if you have a nuanced view of anything, they're like, "Oh my God, he's a bigot. I've got a virtue signal to all my friends."
All of our rights that we have today. All of our rights that we have today come from progressive and liberals. They do not come from people who are conservative people.
No, that's true.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
The
for the most part.
the rights that we have today as a working class came from leftists. The communists.
That's what he just said.
That's what I just said, man. They come from liberals and progressives.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, that's where they come from.
They're not leftists.
I know, but what I'm saying is that they're not. They're people who are not conservative. They are people who are not trying to strip the rights of other people.
Well, listen, I'm conservative, but I have a lot of the same viewpoints as the host, and I think that there is a lot of common ground with liberals and conservatives. I just think the way of facilitating to get what we want is a little bit different.
Liberalism was founded on maximizing the individual's freedoms. Is that not correct?
Yes, essentially.
And I believe that true capitalism is full freedom of your individuality. I really do.
Actually, I do not.
That's not capitalism.
I think the way
I wholeheartedly disagree with that.
Yeah, capitalism is exactly what the word mean, what it implies. They are trying to extort and they're trying to get the maximum amount of profit with the least amount of money spent. That's it. Over and over again.
The distinction capitalism is this. There's the capitalist class, the owning class, and there's the worker. That is not freedom for the worker. It's freedom for the capitalist. This is how I frame it. Billionaires buy their freedom.
That's
working
true.
Classes,
that is true.
The working class and poor, us, we fight for our freedom.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing, though.
We have no choice because we don't have capital.
Well, here's the caveat, though. Here's the caveat. You get some people who work. Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the caveat. You get some people who they get fortunate, right? They're making a couple $100,000 a year, and then all of a sudden they want to run to these conservatives as if they somehow fit in this different class of echelon in terms of tax, this tax class that they're in. People don't understand is that there's very few people that make a certain amount of money, and then there's a whole lot of people in the middle. There's a whole, and there's a big section of people at the bottom. So, and regardless if you're rich or if you're poor, if you have a policy that does not benefit everybody, then you are absolutely not fit for leadership. It is not that complicated. It's either you have something that's better for everybody,
it's hard to
or
create
nobody.
policies that are going to benefit the elitists and the general populace.
No, it's not. No, I don't think so. It's not that complicated, man. It's like if you're born, you should have water and a place to live and health care. And that's it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have to be voted on. You are an adult who did not ask to be here. You were born into this world without any say-so. So it shouldn't be I should have to go beg and borrow and steal to go get my teeth cleaned. That's absolutely asinine. If you're born here, you got to understand there are many countries in the world that have been giving out free housing and free healthcare and food for years. and it's totally fine over there. We in the United States, we've been bagging on these people, and we've been laughing at them, and we've been saying that they're the devil. We got it all wrong here in the United States, man. Believe me. You travel to the United States as much as I have, you'll see what I'm talking about.
There was a UN resolution for food as a human right. Only 2 countries voted no.
The U.S. and Israel?
Is yes. We're so fucked up. We can't even see food as a basic human right as the richest country in the history of mankind.
That's crazy.
Water and oatmeal shouldn't be a human right. You should have to pay for water and oatmeal, no matter what.
I mean, you know, as a community, like if I saw somebody starving, I would fucking feed them, even if I didn't have it. I share what I'd have with them. I don't understand. It's hard for me to fathom the mentality that you wouldn't just do that because they're people.
We have a country in some states where it's illegal to feed homeless people. What kind of shit is this?
Right.
Like you trying to tell me that it's illegal for me to give somebody food that they literally
you know why? You know why it's illegal to feed homeless people? Because the more homeless people that are on the streets, the more government funding they get to help those people, and then that funding never gets reciprocated to the poor people. The people who own the non-for-profits and the bureaucrats that control those are the people that profit off of the poor. The poor never get the funding that's allocated to them.
Why are these people homeless to begin with?
Because we have serious structural problems.
The corporation does not want to pay the people in general a livable wage. And they get
There's some
the most.
accountability with homelessness. Like there are drug addicts and there are people that are that need help.
What is a drug addict? It's a manifestation that they cannot cope
I agree.
with. It's a manifestation.
It's a coping mechanism. I agree.
It's a manifestation that they cannot cope with the environment.
I totally agree.
Especially with poverty. The corporation pushes the worker into poverty that people use it as a coping mechanism. Again, I'm pointing my finger at the same thing.
And I'm about to go cope here in a second, okay?
It fundamentally starts with the employee-employer relationship with the corporation screws us all.
With that, guys, look, I appreciate all of you. Fucking AA Ron, I don't know AA Ron, but when AA Ron, I think he left at some point, but wow, the gifts were flowing. It was a great conversation. I appreciate all of you for being here and being civil. Whitey, especially you stayed here and took a lot of flack, and I appreciate you for that. Sam, I wish you the best.
With everything you guys have spoken about. I just think that, like I've repeated, I just think the way to facilitate some of those outcomes are a little bit different. But I think you guys are totally sensible and it makes perfect logic. I don't know how anyone would disagree.
Yeah. Oh, Raw. You think AA Ron is I? That would make sense. Yeah. I is a regular on the show. Anyway, guys, I've got to run. I'm going to go solve some puzzles, or I'm going to get stuck. If I make it out, then I'll be back tomorrow. If I don't,
have fun.
Send the police to get me out of there. I couldn't escape. Anyway, guys, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. We'll see you guys later.
Have a good one, man. Yeah, Happy New Year, guys.
Take her easy.
Happy New Year, y'all.
See ya.
Goodbye, guys.